Good evening, everyone. I think my voice is going to take a minute to trickle out into the other room. So if I could just ask everybody in the antechamber and the overflow room and we're just going to call the meeting to order. I'm not sure. Do we have the audio going in the outside? We're checked. Okay. I just want to start the meeting as we always do by acknowledging that we gather on the traditional territories of the Coast and Strait Salish people, specifically. Oh, okay. I will speak up. Apparently that was not. These microphones all have different sensitivities. I will do my best to project. Just want to start the meeting by acknowledging that we gather on the traditional territories of the Coast and Strait Salish people, and specifically we recognize the Lekwungen-speaking people, known today as the Songhees and Kasapsum nations, and just that the connections to these lands and adjoining waters continues to this day. We have a very simple agenda, but a big one tonight. Can I have approval of the agenda? Moved, seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? Not opposed. I have a few more remarks this evening. We obviously have a large task ahead of us this evening. We'll be advancing changes to the official community plan, which is the community's vision document for what we want Oak Bay to look like over the coming couple of decades. This is a document that is now required to be updated every 5 years, so it's helpful to see this as a journey of change, not a final destination. While we don't have to address all the housing options tonight, we do need to advance a significant portion of the work. I do want to thank staff for doing an enormous amount of work in a short time to get this report back to us for direction. I think it's helpful for everybody to understand procedurally where we're at in this process. So we're going to count. This council will give direction tonight. Then that will lead staff to go away and create a draft official community plan and draft bylaws that will come back to council for review in a couple of weeks. And then at that point, we'll do first and second reading of those. Once those are passed, they will then go for public hearing. So that's likely in the first week of December. After public hearing, they will be considered for adoption. And our goal is to have that done before the end of the year. Tonight, there is not public input. And I do just want to recognize that although we recognize we had a couple of hundred emails over the weekend, so it's not like there's no public input, but no verbal input at the meeting tonight. There's quite a few people who are in overflow, and I do just want to acknowledge if people want to be here, we welcome you here, but we have to have standing room for egress purposes. And so if people want to watch this, we do live stream it. So you can go home and just go to the agenda and you can watch the live stream, and you'll have the same access to the same audio and visual as you see on the screens here. So I know for some that might be good. Now I appreciate there aren't the ability to throw tomatoes or flowers at us in the course of this if you do that, but it is an option available to you. With that, I want to acknowledge that there is, we certainly heard considerable concern, anxiety, anger, and I think hope from the community on some of these potential changes. So I guess what I just wanted to start this meeting with was that, council does hear your voices. Our decision is more than policy. We're dealing with not just houses, but homes. I think we all feel that. In Oak Bay, many of these homes have generations of families, and it's a place of safety and peace and friendliness that we have in our community. So these have personal impacts, and I think just want you to know that we hear from you that the concern that you've expressed to us. I do want to just acknowledge that we have very tight timelines, and we have housing targets set by the province, and some of those have added to that anxiety. I do sort of regret that. I think the official community plan should be an opportunity for us to build a vision for our community together, and just the timelines of this process have, I think, ended with, we haven't had quite the same opportunity to do that. That being said, I'm going to say the community engagement to date has been very robust. We have hundreds of emails still coming in, and an opportunity for more, obviously, and a public hearing going forward. It's incredibly valuable to us in our decision-making process. I just want you to hear that. We couldn't reflect the will of the community in our decision and debate tonight if we didn't hear from the community. So thank you all for those of you who have written. And when we get to public hearing, we'll look forward to the input at that point as well. I also just want to acknowledge that whatever we decide, we're not going to alleviate all the concerns or meet every goal that people have within this document. but we will definitely be closer to the right decision thanks to the input that we've received. This council, I do appreciate it always undertakes our debate very respectfully. This is an emotional topic. I think we all feel aspects of this, hopes, dreams, fears, etc. So I know I'm going to sort of call on council to be, as we go through this debate, there are things that we feel passionately about. We're going to have that respectfully. I'm going to ask the same of the audience. Sometimes it's there's an urge there to cheer or boo and so forth. I just appreciate if you could, if we can just allow all of the debate to happen in a respectful way. We do appreciate that. I do also just want to say that council, this has been a real priority of council this term. We started off with housing as a priority. We've been committed to infill housing long before the province stepped in. And those legislative changes obviously have shifted power away from our process onto what the province wanted to do, and more of that decision making and control into the provincial cabinet. And part of that legislation has included a provincial formula to determine housing need in all of our communities. So this is legislation that's required, that does require us to address the 2025 official community plan to provide for the 20-year growth targets that they have set for us. In Oak Bay, that is an almost 50% growth, about 3,761 new units in the community, or 188 net new units per year for the next 20 years. And it seems like a bit of a stretch target, I'm not going to lie, especially for a fully built out community. But I think we need to, and I think understanding that and the rationale for some of the things that we're going to be considering, we do need to provide allowance for more than just that zoning allowance to make sure that we can realistically have a chance of meeting that target. I think I just wanted to make a little bit of context for this as well, because I think it's easy to forget where we've come from and where we're trying to get to. When I joined council back in 2011, we had an older OCP, and the theoretical growth contained within that official community plan was in the maybe 100 or 200 units. It was really kind of just reflected what we had as a community. There was a refresh of that in 2014, and that created a new theoretical capacity of around 2,600 new units. We added secondary suites in 2021. That added another capacity of for another 6,000 on top of that. That was actually pre-zoned. The fourplex legislation that's now in place in Oak Bay, in compliance with provincial regulation, sets that capacity in excess of 18,000 overall. So, and most of that is pre-zoned. That's suites and fourplexes. Now with UVic's revised interest in developing a Cedar Hill Corners property, we'll have an embedded capacity of around 21,000 new units. So between UVic, the 333 housing units that have been approved or in the pipeline currently, that puts us at about 89% of our 20-year housing target if that all goes forward. That being said, UVic is not a slam dunk. And I think what we started this process many years ago, our intention was to find housing forms that met the needs of the community. So we're still in that process of things. Tonight, all of the options here add a potential for up to 3,200 more unit capacity for consideration. With that, I'm just going to ask, tonight, all of council, and I think all of us together thinking, what we need to decide tonight is, I think what we were asking when we started our infill program, what forms of housing do we want to prioritize, and where do we want to prioritize that new housing? In short, I just want to direct the OCP to achieve what we want the community to look like for our friends, our neighbors, our future neighbors, and ours and their children. I know there's also some concern about the province running a bit roughshod over municipal rules or powers. I'm just going to say, I think it's our job tonight to do what we do still have delegated authority to do. We can make the decisions. The province always has a right to supersede, but they traditionally have not done that. So we should do what we think is right, what our residents and businesses want, what will achieve meaningful changes that still preserves what is great about our community. That's it. We have a lot to get through. I'm going to suggest some courses of action as we go forward. I'm going to try and advance some motions that allows for a structured debate tonight. There's probably quite a few questions. This is if any of you tried to read the document, it's an absolutely massive document. And so we spent the weekend, like probably many of you have, reading through it. I'm going to ask my usual request of council, but it's probably even more meaningful tonight. As we ask questions, try to think of the questions that you require the answers to help make decisions, and trying to keep questions as short and concise as possible. With that, I will now move on to the special meeting matters before us this evening. Item number 1 is 4.1. And this is the official community plan and zoning bylaw update. This is a summary of the phase 3 engagement. Mr. Bowl, I believe you're doing, do you wish to do any introduction, or this is essentially a motion to receive the report? So if you wish to do an introduction, you're welcome to. Otherwise, I'll go to questions and then get to a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. For each of these reports, we do have presentation material available if time and interests allow. We also have for later in the discussion inset maps that could be put on the screen if council wanted to discuss certain areas. But specific for this report, I don't have any further introduction. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is probably the simplest matter, which is we've undertaken engagement to date, and this is a report coming out of that. Very fulsome. Is there any questions from members of council before I get a motion to receive? Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Thank you. I guess I could ask them after receipt, or I could ask them now, but I just wanted to ask a couple of questions through you, Mayor, to staff. And one of them was, there was a mention of holding a potential information night prior to the public hearing. And I just wanted to understand that if council were to make a motion to add an information night, would that delay the timeline to complete the work under our legal timeline? Thank you.
Yeah, I think our microphones are having a hard time tonight, but the question was just whether or not there was a possibility of adding a public information session prior to the public hearing. Is that correct? To staff, Mr. Bowl?
Thank you, Mayor. That suggestion is specifically made for the zoning bylaw and based on those recommendations that are coming forward there. So right now, with the timeline till the end of the year, we won't have time for that. But specifically for the zoning bylaw, which is later on, we could do that. That's one of the reasons why that is raised. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Councillor Smart, you had said it had a second question?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to staff. My question was just with regards to a comment from Parks and Rec in the engagement report around creating a biodiversity policy about enhancing and maintaining our corridors. And I just wanted to know if that was something that staff have logged to bring back at a future date, or if it's something that council would need to bring forward as a future motion. I just didn't want that detail to get lost. Thank you.
Mr. Green?
Good evening, Your Worship, members of council.
I'm going to ask you just move the microphone a bit closer to your mouth and then, yeah.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of council. So we're not proposing any new development permit areas. What we're proposing in relation to essentially the natural environment DPAs, which are the foreshore and the essentially the streams, DPAs, updating those guidelines specifically in relation to those DPAs, but we're not proposing at this, as part of this update, any changes to those DPA areas in relation to natural environment.
Thank you. Seek a motion. Oh, questions still. Go ahead, Councillor Green and then Watson.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to ask a question. This engagement report of this summary, of course, deals with the phase 3 engagement, but I wanted to understand just a little bit, just in, postage stamp summary, how relatively the level of engagement and the nature of the participation changed from phase 2 to phase 3, because we've had two very robust sets of activities that have involved surveys and open houses and discussions and boards. How could you compare and contrast, just in a sentence or two, phase 2 versus phase 3?
That may be a motion, a question for the consultant to help manage that. I'm not sure who would like to speak to that, but I'll let someone jump in. Is someone from Otis online able to answer the question about the difference between the phase 1 and phase 2 participation? There we go, Mr. Bars, welcome.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of council. Thank you for the question. For phase 2, we presented the 3 different scenarios, 3 different land use scenarios, and we got robust feedback on preferences for those scenarios. If you recall, the top preference was for the village-centered scenario, where we focused growth around the villages. Shortly behind that was the transit-focused scenario, and third preference was the distributed scenario. So we've used that information to generate a a draft land use framework that came forward in October. And in October, we presented that draft land use framework along with draft policies, received, again, very robust feedback through a survey and through a series of open houses. And now we're in the process of drafting the OCP based on that input. Please let me know if there's any follow-up.
Yes, just a very quick follow-up. Thank you, Mr. Bars. What was numerically, how did the two phases compare in terms of the number of citizens who participated, phase 2 versus phase 3? Thank you.
I'm going to ask my colleague True Taylor to answer that question.
There, thank you, Rob, and good evening, Mayor and Council. Yes, in phase 2, there were just a quick snapshot, about 832 submissions for the public questionnaire that we ran back through May and June, about 500 attendees to the 4 community events that Rob had mentioned. We received about 26 written emails. And then comparing that to phase 3 that we just recently completed, we had over 1,000 public questionnaire responses, around the same number of attendees to the 2 public open house events. We had over 300 views of the presentation. And then again, around 25, 26 written letters or correspondence sent over email. I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you very much.
The last on my current speaking list is Councillor Green. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you, and thank you for the report. Appreciate it. On the front page, page 1 of the phase 3 engagement summary, at the bottom of the paragraph before background historic context, it says this engagement effort concludes community engagement on how to accommodate the 20-year housing needs in the OCP and zoning bylaws, official community plan and zoning bylaws. And my only concern about that kind of leapt off the page for me, that there would be no more community engagement in the foreseeable future. And my question is then, in the phase 3 engagement summary report, page 1, can we create a meaningful engagement strategy with the community on the 20-year housing plan as it rolls out? So over time, would it not be possible to engage the community as this plan takes effect? Thank you.
Probably helpful for us to understand what the legislative framework gives us in terms of options for that, whether it's zoned or pre-zoned or not pre-zoned. Go ahead, Mr. Bull.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, the comment in the report is specific to this project and the plan that we set out earlier this year for this project, and that has to do with the timeline. So by the end of the year, in some shape or form, we have to complete the official community plan update and consider changes to the zoning bylaw. But the details are up to you, of course. Down the road, and also looking forward, there's already some recommended next work in the future anyway. If there's an ongoing or next step future engagement, that would be up to council to think about and see if there's a follow-up to whatever changes are made this year and whatever work is done in the future to continue to engage, of course, with the community. That's a separate new effort, so to say, that could be planned and resourced. Thank you.
Mr. Bull, go ahead, Councillor Green.
So supplemental through you. Thank you very much, Mr. Bull. So it is possible for council to take control or take charge of the community engagement process and framework over time. So these timelines would not affect our ability to then work with our community as this plan rolls out. Thank you.
Thank you. I just need a motion to receive then. Not seeing any of their hands for questions.
Move receipt.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. Any other discussion before I call the question? All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? That carries. Thank you for that, and thank you for all the engagement work. We now move to section item 4.2. This is definitely the meatier part of the meeting than 4.1. So I think you do have a presentation, Mr. Bull, to provide, or staff. You can hand it over to staff.
Yeah, we could, if council wishes so.
Please.
Yeah. Okay, we'll have my colleague pull that up. And as an introduction, I'll start with an opening comment that for this next item, the official community plan, I'd like to highlight that the focus of that plan is very much on the long term. So that is a plan that looks 20 years and beyond for the future of the district. It's a very important plan because a lot of other planning that the district does over time for infrastructure, for facilities, financial planning, they're all based on the official community plan. So even if the policies and ideas in the plan are not implemented right away, they do inform long-term planning. So that's an important thing to note. Who's gonna take the lead on this one? Myself? All right. Thank you. Next slide, please.
This looks like it's, oh, it's okay. I think we're not doing the phase 3 engagement summary, but.
That's right. Yeah, so we'll focus on the middle part. This is one big presentation for all, that's why. So for the revised draft OCP, we have slides for you about the land use framework, the policies, and the development permit area changes. Next slide. I think we need to slip to the other section. Oh, there we go. Okay, so this is very short then. Okay, thank you. Let me see, we have a couple of attachments to this report. Attachment A is the one that we are recommending. It is a revised land use framework, revised following public engagement, particularly changing the type of new housing types. We recommend to base the OCP bylaw on that. Second recommendation is about policies and development permit area guidelines. Those are two other separate components of the official community plan. The policies guide council decisions over time, and currently we still have to draft the directions and draft policy ideas from September that are also included in today's package. And for the development permit area guidelines, those guidelines provide context for new development, and there's proposed updated sets of development permit guidelines attached to the report as well in attachment E. Currently, there are new tools available to us, and even though we have prioritized amenity cost charges and development cost charges earlier this year, and this project, of course, optimization of development processes, there's still other work that we can do, and we recommend to do that in the future, particularly on the topic of affordable housing, and to create a more fulsome strategy for that. And finally, but definitely not lastly, or leastly, a servicing study. So we do recommend to based on the new OCP, whatever it contains, to start planning for the infrastructure and see what is needed for our capital plans. Also to make sure our other programs are up to date and start implementing the direction. Thank you.
Is that the conclusion?
Okay, I think there are more slides. Sorry, excuse me, Mayor.
No problem.
This is a very fresh presentation. Next slide, please. That's the next section. So this was the completion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just as a reminder, I sent out a suggestion that we actually, in terms of motions, go through starting with number 4, then 2, then 3, then 1. Just in terms of the simplicity of the ask, I think is easiest to support in that order. And I think the meat of this is really wrapped around, as we talked about, the OCP bylaw amendments. So with that, on any aspect of 4.2, I'm sure there's some questions. So I'm happy to go around the table and take any questions on the report in front of us here for 4.2. Questions? Go ahead, Councillor Watson. Oh, okay. I saw you first, but we're also very polite. Go ahead, Councillor Patterson, and then to Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mayor. We are, after all, Canadians, and we are polite. So thank you so much. Thanks for the report. It was a lot to absorb over the weekend, but a couple of questions that have come to me, and so I am passing them along also. We talk in the reports about theoretical capacity, which my understanding, of course, that's land to buildings, versus land carrying capacity. And does land carrying capacity come into any of the discussions, either with provincial representatives or within the staff? So just,
Sure, I'll give that to Mr. Bowl and you can, again, farm it out as you see fit.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to clarify, is the question about capacity versus the build out as we refer to in the report, or is specifically to, you mentioned a different term, Councillor. Thank you.
yes, I did. Thank you, if I may, through you, Mayor. Yeah, the theoretical capacity, I think, is described quite appropriately in here as really being kind of land to buildings. But there is also, and it has been raised by many in the community, about the land carrying capacity, which is something different, and that is, you know, the different impacts that will be on food production or water usage, and just all of the things that are necessary in order to be able to in fact support the theoretical capacity of the building units. Does that come into play at any point with members of the provincial government when we're discussing these things?
Thank you, Mr. Bowl.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think it's fair to say that the focus has very much been on housing production, and that's why we have the timelines we have, the housing target order, and there's less attention to other matters that inform the capacity of communities to absorb it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bowl. Councillor Patterson?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you for that response, Mr. Wool. On page 7 of the report, it states that the OCP land use framework is a future planning guiding document that will be used to inform strategies like, for example, with the school district, Island Health, BC Transit. But I'm wondering if it's feasible in actual fact to rely on housing types and numbers of units to inform the strategies without having the demographic metrics to identify what the needs are. Certainly in a mature community and with an aging population, the needs might be quite different from a growing community of young families, which would rely heavily, the latter one would need, schools might be more of a priority, and the first ones, perhaps the medical facilities would. So how do we do it without understanding what the demographics that we're targeting are?
Mr. Bowl?
Thank you for your worship. Yeah, a lot of planning, long-term planning, not just city planning, but also schools or other types of planning that are not all within the district rely on census data and other demographic data. And that might change. It always is changing a little bit over time, not very fast lately, or in the recent past at least. That is something that over time, from time to time, every 5 years in the future, municipalities will be required to update the official community plan. And that it is actually aligned with the census data and the availability of new data coming forward. So I think the best answer there is that it's something that from time to time will need to be recalibrated. And because, yeah, we don't know for sure what the population makeup will be in 20 years from now. Thank you.
Councillor Watson or Councillor Patterson?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thanks for that explanation, Mr. Bowl. Could you, also in the report, it does talk about statements on infrastructure modeling and funding. And I am wondering if you could expand on that as to when and how that might take place when we make decisions tonight.
Sure. So for infrastructure modeling, we should take that, Mr. Bowl, or you may hand it off to Mr. Rennick at some point.
Yeah, I think Mr. Rennick can probably best answer that. Thanks.
Mr. Rennick, the question, if I didn't catch it, was just, did you catch it?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
There is some discussion in the agenda under 4.3 regarding doing the infrastructure analysis. But based on the question coming from Councillor Patterson right now, I'm happy to answer it now. The time that it would take to run these potential scenarios through our infrastructure models, we're talking an approximate 3 to 6 month period, basically to provide that information to the consultants, get draft reports, review them, finalize them, etc.
Thank you. Anything else, Councillor Patterson?
Yes, just a couple more. On page 9, it talks about tree disturbance is expected to be about 5% of the canopy. I'm just wondering if that is municipal and private, or kind of overall, if we could just clarify that.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Do we have that information at hand? Would I go to Mr. Modis? Sure. Welcome back, Mr. Bars.
Thank you, Worship. The tree and impact analysis that we did was mainly focused on the private lands, so the impact of the forecasted development on tree canopy on private lands only.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson?
Yes, thank you for that. That's clarifies a little, little more. I thought 5% seemed low. So, but if it doesn't include the municipal property, that explains why that number is low. I guess the last point that I will ask about, and that is page 2 does focus on sort of new apartment buildings along transit routes, and this is something I've spoken about before, but will we, within this modeling, be taking a more holistic approach to active transportation? Because really a lot of what is in these reports is about transit and pedestrian infrastructure connections. And that is something that has not been really brought into this modeling.
Mr. Bull? Can you maybe just be a little clearer on like what the actual question is to staff?
Yes, throughout the reports, we refer to active transportation, but then in other parts of the report, we talk about locating higher density housing impacts along transit and pedestrian corridors. And yet we have split the active transportation. So we've got the sidewalk and pedestrian in one place. We've got cycling lanes really in another. And so when we use both terms in these reports, and this one seems to be more focused on transportation corridors, and although I don't, as a pedestrian user, consider ours to be transportation corridors because the buses run very intermittently on some of them. But so what I want to ensure is when we go through this, when we are talking about active transportation and we're talking about transit and pedestrian, that we are looking at it holistically as sort of non-vehicle transportation.
Mr. Bull, it's half steep and half a question, but I'll let you
Yeah.
respond.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, the land use concepts were more based on higher level principles, and that's where transit became definitely was one of the prominent free scenarios. In terms of the more detailed modeling, that is more dealt with as part of the zoning bylaw report. I'm not sure if our colleagues, the consultants, could comment on whether that was part of the modeling. I thought it might have been in the different criteria that have been evaluated, but Mr. Bars could maybe clarify.
Sure. Go ahead, Mr. Bars.
Yeah, through you, Your Worship. When we developed the initial scenarios, Councillor Patterson is correct that we largely looked at transit corridors, and then we looked at proximity to villages. And the proximity to villages is intended to measure both walkability, but also other active forms of transportation. And so, you know, the simple relationship of the closer you are to amenities and retail services, the more likely you are to walk, but also the more likely you are to bicycle or take other forms of active transportation. So while it's true that we haven't explicitly modeled the impact of active transportation other than look at walking, I do feel it's strongly related to the walkability of the community as well. But as I think the suggestion is to take a more holistic view of that, and we're happy to do that. Active transportation generally is very important as we do this land use planning.
Thank you, Mr. Bars. I have next on my speaking list Watson and Braithwaite. I have Smart Appleton Green.
Thank you, Mayor, and this will be to whoever on staff or maybe the consultants. And it going from this high-level policy questions, this is very down into the weeds, but I did want to ask about a couple of things in the housing policies. That was H.5. We're into the appendices now. And also in reference to the Mulholland Parker analysis, which is part of attachment D of this part of our meeting tonight, section of the report. I just wanted to check in about something I think I understood from that land economics analysis, which was, I think, one of a really helpful piece of work that we were provided with. The consultants seem to indicate that for SMU, the small scale multi-unit housing, that the FARs, that the floor area ratios that are currently suggested are too low for viability in residential neighborhoods for this housing, for much of this housing to be realized. And I just wanted confirmation if I am reading that correctly or not. It sounded like from the analysis of at least the 21 sites that were specifically picked, that it would be dangerous for us to rely on that as meeting a lot of what we would hope to achieve in both the 5 and further out, even the 20-year targets. So I just like some commentary on that, please, first of all.
Sure, I'm not sure. I'll give that to Mr. Bowley. You're welcome to give it to the consultants as you see fit.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and through you. There is indeed information in the attachment there, and it shows it's, I think the term it uses is marginally viable. So it means it can be viable, may not be. It's still, that is an indication on a couple of test sites. We do see projects coming forward. So in some sites it is apparently viable enough for people. Maybe Mr. Bars could also offer additional comments, but I think it gives a general indication that it's not that attractive compared to other types that are very viable or viable. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Mr. Bars?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. So the analysis that was done by our colleagues Mulholland Parker looked at, as you know, a range of different sites across the whole community, and also looked at a range of potential densities of housing on those various sites. The findings show that there's a lot of variability in the viability, and so in some cases we're seeing quite low density sites have some good viability, and in some cases we're seeing some potentially high density sites struggling. Typically, the mixed use, the sites that are existing commercial and mixed use sites do struggle to be viable because of the value of the buildings and the revenue streams that flow to those buildings currently. And so redevelopment is quite challenging for a lot of the mixed use sites. But across the community, we're seeing that many of the sites are viable, and many of them are viable at what I would say are the densities that we're proposing in these proposed land use plans and proposed pre-zoning plans. So what that says to us is generally what we're proposing, there's some good levels of viability there to provide housing, but it won't be every site and it won't be every case. And so in part, that's why, you know, the proposal is to rezone and redesignate a greater amount of land, so that within that greater amount of land, we're likely to see some sites that can come forward over 20 years to be viable. Happy to follow up if necessary.
No, thank you. I was staying within the sort of infill, the majority of the community, the R1 to R15 sites, and the proposals going forward to keep things as they are, but add development permit guidelines. One of the things that's recommended in the housing policies is to limit or prevent, I guess, it sounds like strata titling within the residential neighborhoods when owners do small scale units. They're like 2, 3, or even 4. And I wondered what the policy rationale for that was, please.
Mr. Bars, I think it goes back to you.
I think I need to go to one of my colleagues on that particular policy if I can.
I'll give it to Mr. Bull first, and if
Thank
he
you.
wishes to go to you, that we'll do that. Go ahead, Mr. Bull.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, yeah, that policy H5 on page 22 in the attachment, it's not quite meant for infill housing. That's for the larger existing purpose-built rental buildings. And the idea there is to be careful if it's not so much an issue in Oak Bay, but in other municipalities we've seen sometimes a pressure to redevelop sites like that and replace the buildings fully. This is meant to provide the starting point of a policy to consider that carefully. Thank you.
Thank you. It doesn't quite read like that. It reads like it applies to any R1 to R5 lot that an application comes forward.
Mr. Green?
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Watson, perhaps I can also clarify that obviously if somebody is building an infill project and they clear the existing house and then they build 3 units on that lot, then they can strata title each of those 3 lots, and there is no role for the municipality in the strata titling of those 3 lots. However, a strata conversion, so if somebody retains an existing single family dwelling and they build an ADU, then if they wish to create a strata title of those 2 units, then they do need to come through a municipal process through a strata conversion process, where there is a role for council to approve or not approve that strata conversion to create those strata lots. And so what that policy is trying to do is to also trying to retain rental housing or units that could be in the rental market rather than strata titling those units.
Thank you.
And so that is a very similar policy to what City Victoria recently adopted in relation to their ADUs.
Thank you. I may speak to that a bit later. And then I just have a final question about townhouse costs. I know this is very relevant to the current market and costs, but am I correct in understanding, at least from the analysis, that right now to build a townhouse typically actually costs more per square foot than either multi-unit or single-family residential?
May give that to Mr. Bars, who may have more current market knowledge.
On a square foot basis, I don't think that is the case. Are you reading that, Councillor Watson, from the financial analysis?
Yes, I'm reading it again from the Mulholland Parker work.
I need to check in on that. So apologies, I'm not able to answer that right now.
Please move on. I'll wait for an answer. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Watson. I'll move then to Councillor Braithwaite, and I have Councillor Smart, Appleton, and Green.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm going to touch on some questions that kind of came up from public input. And that would be in regards to infrastructure. So I'm wondering how staff will confirm before rezoning that water, sewer, and road infrastructure can support projected growth, please.
Mr. Rennick.
Through the mayor, there is a recommendation again in the agenda package in 4.3 suggesting that staff undertake a detailed analysis of the impacts of the contemplated land use on the infrastructure. So we have models for all of our underground infrastructure classes that assume a certain future population projection, which was based on the 2014 OCP. And basically what we would do is we would update that population model to reflect whatever future OCP land use scenario council ultimately adopts. That would allow us to see where the specific impacts are of that change from the 2014 land use scenario.
That answer it? Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thank you. So it might be the same answer for my next question, and that would be what safeguards prevent rezonings or site-specific growth approvals from outpacing infrastructure capacity or funding plans?
Mr. Rennick, do you wish to answer that, or?
Just so I'm understanding the question correctly, does that relate to pre-zoning or does that relate to future zoning bylaw amendments?
Rezonings or I guess pre-zonings.
We'll go with pre-zonings, Mr. Rennick.
Thank you. Ultimately, under the legislation, a municipality does have the ability to require a developer to cover the financial costs of infrastructure upgrades that are directly required for a given development. But I will say that there is more flexibility to wield those tools ahead of a zoning bylaw amendment than after a parcel has already been pre-zoned.
Thank you for that. Councillor Braithwaite.
Thank you. And then I'm going to move on to tree retention. How will minimum tree retention and canopy restoration targets be enforced and verified over time, including warranty periods for replacement trees?
Mr. Bull? Or Mr. Green?
Through your worship, obviously we do have, there are some tools as part of a development permit where you can require security bonding in relation to a landscaping bond that is required as part of development permit. And within that bonding, there is also the ability to withhold bonding for a certain amount of time until, for example, a tree is either 2 or 3 years old, and then further deposits are returned to that developer, depending on that security that was originally provided.
Councillor Braithwaite.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to parking. What evidence thresholds will be required before allowing parking reductions, and how will the transportation demand management plans be evaluated and enforced?
Can I give this to probably to Mr. Bull? You're talking about, again, new developments.
Thank you, Mayor. This is twofold. On the one hand, we have parking rates in our parking facilities bylaw. And but usually for larger projects that come forward for rezoning, a case-by-case review is done for that particular site. I think right now for the official community plan, we don't substantially change parking policies in that regard, I believe. Thank you.
Thanks. So going still on with the parking, will EV-ready requirements be mandatory for developments granted parking reductions?
Go ahead, Mr. Bull. That may not be.
Thank you.
Granular.
That would also be case by case. So usually in exchange for a reduction in parking, transportation demand management measures are agreed to. EV charging, car share, bicycle parking, those are all kind of elements that could be part of a package that justify that. Thank you.
I think one of the questions that really came out in the public input was how do we ensure that nearby streets are not used to offset inadequate on-site parking in higher density approvals, or can we?
Mr. Bull?
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, these projects still need to provide on-site parking. At least that's how we have done it in the recent past. So that's part of the answer. Of course, with more development in neighborhoods, there will be more traffic and also a bit more street parking of visitors. So, but in essence, though, the required parking for the owners or residents or tenants of the building, that's required to be provided on site. Thank you.
Thanks. I'll ask one more question, and I'll keep the rest of my questions for later. What is the proposed timeline for bringing forward the tenant protection bylaw, which we haven't really touched on yet, and the density bonusing framework and the transportation demand management bylaw relative to the zoning amendments? Do we know that yet?
Thank you, Mayor. For you, we don't have the confirmed timelines for that. The tenant protection bylaw is going to be discussed later this month as part of the council prioritization. And some of the other topics that remains to be determined based on, in part, the outcome of this meeting and also the council priorities discussion later this month. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Braithwaite. I move now to Councillor Smart, and then Appleton, and then Green.
Thank you. My first question through you, Mayor, to staff is if amendments are made to the recommended OCP map tonight, how might this potentially delay our timeline? And I realize that's a complicated question to ask, not knowing what amendments might be, but I just wondered if staff could speak to, the potential for change at this time without impacting our timeline. Thank you.
Bull.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. Yeah, direction today. We have about just enough time in the coming 2 weeks to get back to you with updated maps for the next tentatively planned council meeting on this topic. So this would be the right moment for that. Thank you.
They're smart.
Thank you. My next question is with regards to the development permit areas, and I know this is going to be the guidelines particularly. I know this is going to be something that this council is going to be particularly interested in having a more in-depth discussion about, and I realized that we could have that discussion tonight, or we could have it when the bylaw comes back, or we could maybe potentially have like a more in-depth discussion at a later date. And I just wanted to know, I guess, what staff's preferred approach might be if council does want to get into the details of that. We've heard so much from our community about how quality design and controlling that is going to be really important going forward. And so I just want to make sure that we have adequate time to talk about that around the table. So if staff could just comment on whether they need to hear those kind of details tonight, or could we have another opportunity where we're not covering so much ground? Thank you.
Mr. Bull?
Thank you for you, Your Worship. For development permit area guidelines would be very helpful to hear today if there's a direction of change or specific changes council would like to see. Similar for the policies, important to know if there are policies regarding new development that should be updated or revised. And there is, of course, as we haven't provided you with the bylaw just yet. So when the bylaws come back for your review, you will also have a follow-up opportunity to ask further questions or request any changes. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to staff, I just wondered if it could be clarified with regards to the UVic lands and understanding that the previous proposal to what I understood to be upzoning not only the UVic lands, but potentially other institutional lands and pre-zoning them to 6 stories. I had thought that that was on the table before, and it seems that at this stage, we're not looking at pre-zoning particularly the Cedar Hill Crossroads. And I wondered if staff could just comment on why, since that appeared to get such support, and if council wanted to put forward a motion to look at pre-zoning the UVic lands, for instance, up to 6 stories. Would we also need to make any changes to the OCP to facilitate a later motion when we get to the zoning? Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Green?
Thank you, Your Worship. So yeah, we're currently proposing to, and obviously council recently did pre-zone the Camosun College lands, and we also made a general amendment to the OCP specifically for Camosun College. And so the intent going forward in relation to the OCP is to increase or pre-zone, is to first designate both the Camosun College lands and the UVic lands for community institutional up to 6 stories. And then essentially up to 3 stories for other community institutional sites or lands. Obviously, pre-zoning is then also an option for council if council wish to also pre-zone the part of UVic that is essentially the campus to also align with what council did for the Camosun College lands. That is also obviously an option for council to pre-zone those lands.
Thank you. And I will note just that for people's reference in section 4.3, there are options on pages 11 and 12 of that report that gives a couple of one other option in terms of giving some direction, if that's the will, but I think would require a bit of discussion with staff about how that would look. But just huge report, it's easy to miss things, so I thought I would point that out. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Thank you. With regards to some of the smaller commercial pockets that we have, and I guess I'll bring up the particular example of Windsor Park, where we have some existing retail and service use. And there is a proposal for multi-unit residential one around that area. And my understanding is that the current proposal would be that if some redevelopment happened on some of those sites, that it wouldn't necessarily, there might have to be a rezoning to, in a sense, reinstate having retail or commercial in that area. And I just wondered if staff could clarify, I guess, particularly with that area, but perhaps how it might apply to other areas where we may or may not be introducing multi-unit residential. Are we potentially downzoning some of our commercial use in some areas? Or will all the areas that currently have some service and retail use definitely have in their zones to keep that? Thank you.
Sure, Mr. Green.
Yes, so on the revised land use framework, that essentially that commercial area where Parachute Ice Cream and Windsor Cafe is currently located is designated in the revised land use framework as a neighbourhood village that would allow mixed use development to take place on that site.
Councillor Stark.
Thank you, through Mayor. Mr. Green, so I guess just to clarify then, so there's also like around the corner, there's some like office use on the other east side of Windsor Park. I'm not sure if it's exactly east there. So it seemed to me like there were some areas where there was residential one shown that I just want to know that will it be accounted for what is currently there so that we're not potentially downzoning current office or retail space. Thank you.
Before you answer that question, my apologies, but we have lost the audio on the live stream. And just because we have quite a few people interested in this, generally speaking, it still means it's being recorded and will be available later. But just to kind of allow staff to reset the audio stream, we're just going to take a 3, 4, 5 minute break here. If people want to maybe stand up in place, don't go wandering too far. Stretch your legs. We'll come right back here. So just a quick, very quick recess. Don't wander too far.
Online audio check. Audio is good on Zoom, waiting for the stream.
I am glad that it's working on Zoom at least, so we have that. For those of you who don't know, we actually live stream this in two places. We have the Zoom call, but you can also watch all of our council meetings on YouTube. We're semi-famous on YouTube. Really? Yes.
One more audio online check. I haven't heard anything on the stream, but Zoom is clear.
We don't have any,
Test 1, 2, 3 test.
for those curious, adding to the awkwardness of this is there is a buffer delay between when we speak in here and when it goes on YouTube. So Zoom is immediate, you hear it in real time, but by the technological devices, it takes sometimes a minute or two, depending on how the technology is working for it to go onto YouTube. The advantage though, for anybody interested, if you're hard of hearing, YouTube will actually do closed captioning of the conversation. So I do actually find a lot of people, not that we have lots of people watching most of our council meetings, but people who do want to have clarity often reside on the YouTube stream. I will also just let people know, so procedurally where we're at right now, we're about probably 2/3 of the way through our questions. We will then get back and then we'll start going through the resolutions and having some of the debate and getting into some of the meat and potatoes of the options that are in the land use. So if you're probably mostly curious about the land use aspects of this, not the policy pieces and things that we're getting to a little bit for the public, but it all ties together. So it's an important piece. It's important that council has all the questions answered before I get there. But we were about, like I said, maybe a little, around 2/3 of the way through questions, and then we'll get to, the motions and some of the debate, so. I appreciate it's not always riveting when you're sitting in the audience watching us ask questions and getting technical answers.
Test 1, 2, 3.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I'm gonna call the meeting back to order. It's 8:10. Now, if anybody's watching on YouTube, you cannot hear me say this, but we're going to put a little banner up there, or there is a banner up there already saying, if you need to connect, you can connect to Zoom and people can come in and watch it through that mechanism. So people have access to this. We will also make sure that, because this is being recorded, that we will upload that to YouTube tomorrow. So anybody who wanting to see it on that platform will have access to that with the closed captioning, et cetera. So I'm going to bring this back to this table, going to continue the meeting. We'll continue to work in the background on this. Just for those, for staff, what I understand is that we're having some glitches with, is the audio with Zoom still having problems? Or are we okay with in the system itself, just not on YouTube? Ms. Anderson?
Correct. Through the live stream, we're unable to hear the participants on Zoom. So within the room, we're okay.
We're still okay?
Yes.
Okay, so what we might do, just as a courtesy, and if people are watching, apparently people on the Zoom call are not showing up on the live stream. And so what we'll do is we will ask the people, the consultants, if we're asking questions. We'll try and keep the questions at the table here. If we can't, we will go there and we'll just repeat the answer essentially briefly at this table so that we can make sure that people watching get the full answer. All right, with that pieces, Councillor Smart, you had just asked the question. Does staff need that repeated, or are you ready to answer the question? Perhaps
I'm
a quick,
happy to repeat.
quick repeat.
No problem. So my question was just with regards to smaller commercial areas and just ensuring that we're not down zoning where we currently allow for service and retail use. And I'd given the example of Windsor Park where, although staff have correctly pointed out that there is a little sort of town center node, there are other areas that currently have service use, and I believe some retail use that look like they're potentially zoned to residential 1, which may only allow for that with a rezoning. And so I just was hoping staff could comment on ensuring that we're somehow sort of grandfathering all existing service and retail use, and we're not making it more challenging for people to add that to new developments. Thank you.
Mr. Green.
Thank you, Your Worship. So yeah, the intended use of the multi-unit residential 1 designation is also to allow small-scale neighbourhood compatible commercial uses at the ground floor, allowed in limited locations, including corner lots or on transit routes. So that would allow those uses obviously to continue. Obviously, there is also the option of council, if council wanted to change those multi-unit residential designations to a neighbourhood village to better reflect the current zoning or future intent, then that is also an option for council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smart.
Thank you. I had one more question through you, Mayor. And it was with regards to, balancing our community feedback where some residents have written in and, really felt more comfortable with a 4-story as a max in Oak Bay, and balancing that with some of the economic studies that we've now seen showing that in many areas, particularly in our urban village centers, where we've heard from the community that that's where they primarily want to see our new density, but that it's really only economically viable at 5 and 6 stories in those mixed use areas due to economic conditions. So I'm wondering if staff could just elaborate a little more on, is the current proposal, now that the recommendation is no longer to have density bonusing, is the current proposal that 4 stories is the maximum everywhere? Or has there been a little bit of balancing because of the projected economic viability in our urban village centers? Just trying to figure out how we can really follow that main takeaway from especially the spring engagement, where our community really wanted to see those areas for density. But if we're not zoning to actually make anything financially feasible, how are we going to achieve that? So if you could comment, thank you.
Mr. Bull, I'll go to Mr. Bars online.
Yeah, thanks for that question. This was obviously something that was top of mind as we received the mix of feedback in the last public engagement. And we did hear a lot of concern about taller buildings above 4 stories, but also, to your point, wanting to recognize that from a viability perspective, we wanted to provide some opportunity for 6-story buildings. So the proposal is that the multi-unit residential designation allow 4 to 6 stories. But when we come to zoning, that we would not pre-zone for 6 stories. We would pre-zone for 4 stories and then allow for 6 stories through a rezoning process, so that council could control the form of development, but also the amenities and potential affordable housing flowing from that additional density. And that would those higher buildings, I should add, sorry, those taller buildings up to 6 stories would be allowed in the Oak Bay Village area. So in other areas, it would be limited to 4 stories.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And just for the answer for those online, if they couldn't hear that, well, maybe I'll let staff repeat it rather than having me do it. Mr. Green, just give me just a very quick summary of what is allowed in what zones.
Yeah, essentially what Mr. Vaz just outlined was in the multi-unit residential 1 designation, the height would be up to 4 stories, but then up to 6 stories may be considered through a rezoning with securing appropriate amenities, including affordable housing. And that would be the same essentially in the Oak Bay Village designation as well, where it would be essentially allowed up to 4 stories with consideration up to 6 stories, where those amenities are provided. Yeah, I think that's essentially what Mr. Baz just outlined.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go back because Councillor Watson had a question about some of the economic assessment. Give that back to Mr. Barr again. Is that correct, Mr. Bars? Welcome back.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I had a chance to look up the information in the Mulholland Parker report. So there are 2 aspects to this. One is the cost of construction, what referred to as hard costs in the report. And so this was used as the basis for the analysis of cost of construction. So single family dwellings, the base hard cost, $250 a square foot. Townhouses, $275 per square foot, and low-rise apartments, $325 per square foot. So townhouses fall kind of in the middle of the range there. And then the report also talks about selling prices or average selling prices for those 3 types of product as well. And just refer to my notes here. So the average selling price was found to be $650 to $850 per square foot for single family dwellings. For townhouses, between $725 and $850. And for apartments, there was very little comparable new stock in the area, but the few New units were found to be over $1,000 per square foot, but older ones were selling for as low as $470 to $808 per square foot.
Thank you for that. I'm going to now turn to Councillor Appleton, and then we have Councillor Green, and I'll go back to Councillor West if you wish to continue at all. Go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and through you to staff. I'm just wondering, just in specific reference to attachment A, which is the revised land use framework. I'm just curious about the two, there's callouts on the attachment A that describe where the land use framework has been revised based on the phase 3 input. I'm just kind of wondering about the rationale for the changes immediately south of Oak Bay Village. There's a change from townhouse to from multi-unit to townhouse and back to residential in an area that was previously townhouses. And I'm just wondering, given that the proximity to the village and sort of it being, we're already talking about the village and some of the higher density forms being contemplated there. So I'm just kind of wondering what the rationale was for essentially reducing the density in that part of the land use framework.
Sure. I'll turn to staff to answer that question. I'm going to go to staff as much as possible. Mr. Green.
Through your worship to Councillor Appleton, I presume just to clarify that it is the area that's been changed from townhouse residential to existing residential, is correct? Or from residential, change to residential from townhouse, correct?
There's two there, actually. There's
Yeah.
one that's from townhouse to residential and one from multi-unit residential to townhouse.
Yeah, through your worship. Yeah, I think that we recognise that some of the topographical issues there, as well as some of the mature tree canopy that is located in the area, that it made more sense from when we sort of ground truth some of these designations to also to pull back some of that multi-unit residential and townhouses to be more closer to the village area and look at increasing the densities within the village where there isn't the same topographical issues or tree canopy issues.
Thank you, Your Worship. So just to follow up on that, what Ms. just indicated. So was the idea to try and balance that off with potentially more density along the actual village corridor? So essentially, I'm not sure there was a conscious effort to maintain the same number of units as the density was adjusted, but that sounds like possibly what I heard.
Yes,
Green?
correct.
Go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Worship. On a different note, and I guess this could be raised at a couple of different points, but might as well be now, just because it's there is specific reference made to University of Victoria and the Cedar Hill development, and it's because the policy statements appended to this report. I know that the public's really demonstrated a really strong interest in the Cedar Hill property. And in the mayor's opening report, this could possibly be a question for you, Your Worship. In your opening remarks, you mentioned that there was potentially a number of units contemplated. I was not aware that we were in receipt of anything from UVic that contemplated a particular number of units or any type, form, or character of development on the site. I know that they have laid out their policy statement, but do we have an update that indicates that any particular number of units is being contemplated?
Thank you, Councillor Appleton. I used the referral from the staff email that kind of came out to clarify the capacity, and that was included in that information. They showed in there an estimate there of 3,000 units.
Yeah, but again, I wasn't referring to capacity. I was talking about whether or not the UVic had updated their information to us that indicated they were seeking to build a certain type of form.
Sure. So just regarding my comments, I used that number that they provided, which was approximately 3,000. But Mr. Bull, have they given? I don't think we have specific design details at this point yet that would give it a more accurate number, Mr. Bull.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, UVic has communicated with 2 letters, one in September and one in November, made reference to their interest in developing the site. No specific distinct numbers, although the September number suggests that they could possibly accommodate more than 3,761. From staff's perspective, that is definitely a big site that could accommodate a lot of different options, but it needs to be further reviewed, and that's further discussed at the next item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bull. Go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
So thank you, Your Worship. So to follow up on that, we're talking about a pending master planning process that's still contemplated for the site.
I see nods in the staff. Yes.
Do we have any, thank you, Your Worship. So just to follow up again, the report makes note of that timelines are unknown. Do we have update on when the master planning process would begin or be completed?
So work underway, Mr. Bowl. Perhaps you can give us the best update you can.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. No specific timelines, but definitely an interest on the part of the university, as I understand it from the staff contact that we have there, to proceed with that soon. They are very interested in as part of our current process to both in the OCP and in the zoning bylaw see arrangements for the site. On their part, feeling that would give them more certainty. And I think in the OCP, or Fish Community Plan, we're really clear about the type of land uses and our support on that level. In the zoning bylaw, we feel that there's more work needed before I think the district would be comfortable, at least from the point of view of staff, that we have done our due diligence to understand what is possible there. Thank you.
Councillor Upton.
Thank you, Your Worship. So that's a good segue. I think this maybe actually be a question for Mr. Rennick. The report clearly identifies, the need for significant analysis of infrastructure and capacity servicing for such a site would obviously be pretty extensive. In terms of our analysis, our current analysis of infrastructure capacity that's been ongoing in our analysis of those assets, that's been ongoing for a number of years. I can see how that analysis could potentially focus, on those areas of, greatest risk or concern. There is no development at that particular part of Cedar Hill Cross except on the south side of the road. So what is the current state of our knowledge of infrastructure in that area? And could Mr. Rennick potentially speak broadly to the types of infrastructure analysis that a master planned property with potentially 3,000 units would require?
Mr. Rennick.
Thank you. Through the mayor. A very long time ago, approximately the 1960s, when it was looked at that there would be development in that part of Oak Bay, there was a sewer pump station built on what is now Harrow Road. That pump station discharges into a force main that goes across the Henderson Rec Center property through the golf course, ultimately connects to a sanitary sewer towards the end of Arden Road, and flows down the sanitary sewer that goes down Henderson. So when we talk about a significant change in land use in that area, currently that Harrow Road pump station picks up Uplands Estates and a few buildings on UVic campus. When you start looking at having potentially 3,000 units of housing there, we have to look at, is that pump station adequately sized, and is all of that downstream infrastructure adequately sized? And so that is the primary concern, is knowing that in the North Henderson area, there have been challenges with the utilities that this council is well aware of. We want to make sure that we have the full picture of the potential impacts of this UVic build out so that council can proactively prepare for that situation.
Thank you, Mr. Rennick. Please continue. Anything else? I have Councillor Green.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thanks again for the reports. Some of my questions reflect feedback that I've had from the public. So they're quite general in nature, but I hope you'll bear with me. First of all, reports seem more focused on density outcomes and less on the related impacts of increased density. Can we track potential impacts on established and heritage neighborhoods, older housing stock, and the rate of housing demolition in our various planning scenarios? I did touch on this, I think, in terms of housing demolition, but I think it would be interesting to track that information and show how increased density might impact older housing stock. As we know, Oak Bay has a great deal of older housing stock that is valued still. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Can I just ask, are you asking, is that work, like, could we track it as time goes on, or are you asking if we could predict it at this point?
As time goes on.
Okay. Mr. Bull?
Thank you, Mayor, and for you. Yes, there's a couple of ways to monitor that. As part of the housing target order, we are focusing on the density outcomes that are referenced. What we haven't done, but what could be done, is looking more closely at what type of properties are redeveloped versus renovated, or what type of properties are redeveloped into infill housing or other housing types that might be allowed in the future. It's something that does require a bit of extra effort, so it would be good to think about, is that a follow-up in the future at some point in time of new programs, or in general an update on the state of housing perhaps, and something that, if that's of interest of council, would be important to get some direction on. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Green?
Thank you. My next question, it has already been touched on a number of times by others, but will strategies to address climate change and environmental protection be included in planning for new development, particularly in a community identified as home to the 6 out of 10 regional biodiversity assets, natural green spaces, tree canopies, marine foreshore areas, parkland, and other environmental landmarks and spaces?
Mr. Green?
Thank you, Your Worship. So we know that, you know, should council adopt a new OCP at the end of the year, that there will be a need to do further strategies or updating existing strategies. We know that we'll be doing a climate action energy plan next year in 2026. We know that we'll also be doing a parks master plan next year. We also know that, I know that my colleagues in parks also want to review and update the urban forest management strategy. So there will be a number of strategies that will flow from this OCP to address some of those issues. We also know that this is a targeted update for this OCP, particularly in relation to housing, but we know that we will have to produce a new OCP in 2030, following the release of the next census data in 2027. That next OCP review and update will also give an opportunity to review some of the further policies, or address some of the other issues that this update hasn't necessarily touched upon.
I think this question stemmed from the concern around the immediacy of damage and about prevention. Over time, policies are developed, but in the meantime, a lot of damage can occur, and I think that's what residents are concerned about. So that's just my interpretation. If I'm wrong, I'm sure people will correct that. Financially, in a growth scenario of increases to housing of 40% over 20 years, what provincial, federal funding options might exist for Oak Bay to support the new infrastructure, community services, and programs required to support population growth, especially when this municipality currently relies solely on property taxes for over 95% of its annual revenue? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Mr. Bull?
I think Ms. Hunt is
Ms.
volunteering.
Hunt? Please go
Thank you
ahead.
very much, through the
Thank
chair.
you.
Through the chair to Councillor Green. The federal and provincial funding has really been infrastructure related. So there are a number of different programs that municipalities can apply for to seek grants towards new community centers and infrastructure like that. In terms of ongoing operating costs, there are no programs that help offset the costs associated with the operations, which is what property taxes primarily funds.
Thank you very much. Just about finished. In phase 3 of the engagement, oh no, sorry, I already asked that question. Can you confirm that this draft reflects, the new draft reflects the pre-zoning that was identified in the 2014 official community plan, and that we are substantially reducing pre-zoning for this new revision?
Mr. Bull? Green, my apologies.
No, if Your Worship, is that a question that's probably best for the next report in relation to the report on the zoning bylaw? Could we save that question, I think, for that report, so that
We
we're
absolutely can.
making sure that we're distinguishing between land use designations and zoning, I think would be good.
I'm happy to do that.
Thank you, and I only have 2 more brief questions. excuse me, what is the difference, through you, Mayor, what is the difference between inclusionary zoning and pre-zoning? Please, for clarity for the public, thank you.
Happy to give that to, just point your finger at Mr. Bull. There we go.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. Pre-zoning is zoning land for the future use in the context of this project. So usually, and in the past, we were used to zoning bylaws reflecting existing use. The term pre-zoning is refer to the desired future land use and making sure that the zoning is aligned with that future land use. So it takes away the whole need for rezoning. So that's pre-zoning. Inclusionary zoning is a type of zoning that specifically tries to include either rental or affordable rental housing in regular development. And that tool would live in the zoning bylaw, and it would require a certain amount of rental or a certain amount of affordability as part of projects that are allowed to build 4- or 6-story projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And my last question, for clarity for the public, what is the difference between the 3 terms village center, neighborhood village, and town center? And I do appreciate this handout that was received tonight. Thank you so much. I'm not sure if the public has had access to this, but if you could define each of those terms, it would be helpful. Thank you.
Mr. Green?
Thank you, Your Worship. So in the revised land use framework, we are proposing a village centre for Oak Bay Village, which is known as Oak Bay Village. We're also proposing essentially a hierarchy of neighbourhood villages, which used to be called secondary villages and corner commercial in the existing 2014. And we've consolidated those 2 designations into essentially one designation called neighbourhood village. And then we also, in the draft, we were proposing a town centre for the site or location adjacent to Cabba Bay Road, at the intersection of Cabba Bay Road and Foul Bay Road, which was essentially aligning with what the City of Victoria was proposing or is proposed now on the Victoria side for an employment town centre. However, in this revised land use framework, we have changed that designation from a town centre to designate that site as a neighbourhood village. So essentially, we just have essentially one hierarchy of commercial areas where we would like to see mixed use development take place with ground floor retail, commercial use on the ground floor, and then residential or other types of commercial uses above.
Thank you very much for your answers to all the questions. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Watson, did you have any more questions?
I did actually. It's just a clarification of a follow-up to Councillor Appleton's question. He asked about the changes in the land use framework map in relation to townhouse residential and residential from townhouse around the village. And I heard that the rationale for that had to do with topography mostly. But then he asked a supplemental question about what that did to the total capacity, and I didn't catch the answer. Or he said something next to me, but I wasn't quite sure what it was. So what does that do to the actual capacity by actually making those adjustments on this land use framework map?
Sure, we've gone from version September to
Yes,
version, or
right,
October to
right.
version November. What is the change in total capacity is maybe helpful there.
Am I right in thinking that you did ask that question and I just didn't get, okay, good, thanks.
Thank you, Mayor, and for you. So yeah, our changes were focused on moving new housing types to lower density forms, so more townhouse, less multi-unit. Our anticipation was that would show a distinct decrease in build-out capacity. But when we ran the model, it came out to a very similar and actually slightly higher number, which was confusing to us. And we have looked into that further, and it does appear that those numbers are different model runs with slightly different parameters, not entirely comparable. However, I think it's fair to say that in the overall numbers that are mentioned in the report, between the, let me see, I don't have them handy here now. the revised plan that we have tonight in front of you, the November one, proposed remaining capacity about 24,377. And then the map that we had in September was slightly lower, but similarly at 23,522. And that's in contrast to the existing OCP. Where's that number? Having an existing remaining capacity of about 18,000 units. So in both cases, an increase of about, it's dangerous to do math on the fly, but that's about 7,000 extra. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to actually go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite, and I'll ask my questions.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks to Councillor Green for asking about some funding, because one of my questions was going to be around schools, and with the increased densification within our community and our schools already at capacity, what was going to happen as far as land for schools and funding for schools. But I think I heard Ms. Hunt give a good answer to that, so thank you for that. My questions are going to be around rental replacement and perhaps tenant protection. So the first one would be, what mechanisms will we use to ensure that rental replacement and affordability commitments are enforceable long-term before occupancy is granted?
Mr. Bowl?
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, Mayor. We're trying to figure out who can best answer this question. It depends a bit on the specific scenario. Let me see. I think in our OCP policies, we have a few higher level policies that seek to set the stage for future regulations or policies, perhaps. And in the zoning bylaw, I don't think currently we would touch specifically on that. But there are new tools available, and there's also separate interest from council specifically on the tenant protection bylaw that we have looked into a couple of weeks ago. That's, I think, still needs to be discussed by council. So that's a bit of a vague answer. So I'm going to look at if our consultants, Mr. Bars or Ms. Elmer, is available to clarify further. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Welcome back, Mr. Bars.
Your Worship, I think I'm going to ask my colleague Jeanette to respond to that if she can.
Sounds good.
You. Excuse me, through the chair. I believe the question was about what protections would be in place to protect rental units that are, or rental buildings that are replaced through redevelopment. Is that correct? One of the primary tools, thank you, I see nodding. Excuse me, one of the primary tools for that would be a housing agreement registered on title. So that would be, in this case, most useful where there's a rezoning application and the district has the ability to secure a housing agreement. And that would be registered on title with all of the terms, and that would be with the land titles office. Any work that the district does towards rental housing protection could require that through the zoning bylaw, but currently that is not proposed. I hope that helps the question. I'm happy to clarify. Thank you.
I think it does, but then my next question might be, and maybe you've kind of answered it, how will tenant protection measures, so relocation assistance, first right of refusal, rental replacement be monitored and enforced in practice?
I think that's more back to our staff at this point, because it's less of an OCP policy and more of a direct rental protection policy. We don't have one right now, obviously, but so this would be sort of a potential future. Mr. Bull.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, yeah, if in the future we have that either specifically arranged for a project, that would be through a covenant arrangement that we have the option to monitor and enforce that. And before that, or separately down the road, the district would eventually develop policies and regulations for that. So then there could maybe be other tools used as well for this to ensure that that is enforced and implemented. Thank you.
Okay, so then lastly, and maybe this is a future one as well, will equal replacement be defined, or how will it be defined by bedroom count, size, or rent level, and how will affordability levels be verified?
Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Mayor. Unfortunately, I cannot comment on those kind of details at this time. Sorry. Thanks.
It's okay. We have a narrow boundary of what we're working on today. I have Councillor Patterson for a second time, but I might just go to my questions first and then I'll come back. Just for my clarification, my understanding is that attachment E is not being modified. Within that, policy H6 has density bonusing as a policy, though it says may permit. So is that in alignment with the language that we're doing, which is, you're considering here, which is 4 stories, but it does also say cash in lieu for affordable housing. So I just want to make sure, I think we understood the policy was changing to not include cash in lieu for affordable housing, at this point at least. So, but that, I just want to make sure we're clear that whether or not H6 is being amended in that case, or if it will stay as an OCP policy. Mr. Bull?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, correct. That attachment is copied from September, so has not been updated to date, but specifically for bonus density, we are changing that to refer to future affordable housing strategy work that would further review that at a later date. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, that was my understanding, but just because there was a comment made that attachment E wasn't being modified, that I just want to make sure. Thank you. Just for clarification, there is still language in here that would consider or allow for commercial development, a neighborhood commercial in the uplands. Is that correct? Still consider.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, that's the same explanation, so to say.
Yeah,
This is,
as it was.
yeah, to be updated. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. It is intended to. It is intended to stay at this point. That's not changing. I didn't see anything in the report.
Let
that
me
wasn't changed.
ask for clarification. I think Mr. Green might be more definite on this.
Sure. My read of it was it continued from September that it would be allowed. I just want to make sure I'm correct on that.
Yes, that is still in the current revised draft. Obviously, that is obviously an option for council to look at that. Obviously, it would be allowed subject to a rezoning or a temporary use permit currently, is what we're suggesting in that policy.
Okay, thank you for that. I really appreciate the document here. It goes sort of in more detail into the density of pieces. So I think sometimes it's hard to get our heads around the things. So I had questions on that, but I appreciate that that's been included in some writing, so that gives us a chance to look and see. The other question I had was probably for the consultants. Is in the assessment of financial viability, particularly for neighborhood commercial or neighborhood village areas, some of the feedback I've had from developers over the last 6 to 8 months is that they're primarily looking at 3-story because there's substantial financial benefits. And I'm just curious if Modus undertook, or sorry, not Modus, but the sub-consultant undertook any financial feasibility assessment of 3-story buildings for these sites. I'm going to give that to you probably, Mr. Bars.
Your worship, I'm just going to check the report quickly. My sense is not, but I just want to be sure before I give you a fulsome answer here.
I didn't see any in the report that was provided to us, but I was curious if that may have been something that was, looked at and dismissed, or if it was just not considered at all.
It wasn't really considered, or didn't come up as a specific option to look at 3 stories. I think the anticipation was that developers would want to go to 4 stories if they were redeveloping those sites. Just 1 second here, if you could. Yeah, I'm going to say it looks like not that 3 stories wasn't looked at for the mixed use sites.
Okay, thank you for that information. That concludes my questions. Everything else I had as questions have been asked and answered. Councillor Patterson, back to you for a second time.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And this is just a question arising out of Councillor Braithwaite's questions. And certainly rental protections are something that can be managed effectively for purpose-built rental buildings. But particularly since we have approved, secondary suites. A lot of the rental stock is in private dwelling units. And so what I wanted to follow up on is the controls of protections for those situations where there could be a tenant actually in one of the private dwelling units.
Sure, I'm a little, I'll let the staff answer, but I also just want to make sure we're focusing here on the OCP. So if this is a bit of a policy piece, but it's not entirely, because it's essentially at this point being referred to as a future. So I don't want to, yeah, get too far down this rabbit hole, but I appreciate the opportunity for staff to give a brief answer. Mr. Green or Mr. Bull?
Thank you, Mayor. For you, yeah, in the case of single family, regular houses, so to say, with tenants in secondary suites, we don't. I'm not aware if this comes up. It sometimes comes up for larger buildings where for a demolition permit. So right now we definitely don't have any policies for that, and possibly that might be included down the road. But it's such a small scale and a private matter too. Usually in those cases, it's less visible for us to be able to manage or regulate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, Councilor Patterson?
Yes, just one last question, Mayor, if I could. Attachment A, the revised land use framework, it is always more difficult for a mature community, as Oak Bay is, where we're fully built out to achieve some of these things. It's not like we can just expand onto clear land. And so for this revised framework, do we have an approximate number of lots within Oak Bay that would need to be to undergo redevelopment to achieve what is on land use framework revised?
Go ahead, Mr. Bull. I think it depends on what kind of lots they are, but Mr.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think we have an approximation in the staff report, so you can see that when we discuss potential build out or capacity, I guess, if we're talking about the OCP report, I don't know if it's in there or in the zoning bylaw. It's not very clearly pinpointed in the OCP report, but the zoning bylaw report provides estimates on build out and where we take a deduction from existing units. That is, in our context, mostly single family housing or parcels. So it's in all three about 500 to 600. So it's about 500 to 600 projects to create those housing units. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so back to this table. I'm going to seek some motions to try and advance this and get to debate. Councillor Smart.
I just wondered if I could ask one additional
Please, go
question
ahead.
just to follow up on the discussion we've just had. And apologies if this is a bit of a repeat of what Councillor Patterson asked, but I'm just remembering the sort of discussion of the projected uptake units from last time when there was a sense of, okay, well, there's about 20,000 units possible, but only 1,500 of them are likely to have uptake to actually get constructed. I didn't have a clear sense, and apologies if I've missed it in all of this, but what the change in uptake was from the previous recommendation to the current staff recommendation. Has the projected uptake gone up or down or changed? Thank you.
Mr. Bull.
Thank you, Mayor. We've only provided build-out numbers for the zoning bylaw, and in that scenario, or in that case, the revised framework shows a very similar, slightly higher uptake. Yes, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Smart. So I'm going to suggest that the fourth recommendation on the report that direct staff to undertake a servicing study and modeling to better understand the implications on the infrastructure be our first motion. I think it's probably a fairly straightforward one.
I'll make that motion, Mayor.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on that? No. I'm going to call the question then. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? Then I go to the second one on that list, that council direct staff to bring forward draft OCP policies and development permit area guidelines generally aligned with attachment E as part of the OCP bylaw amendment. We've heard a couple of minor changes to that, but we have that moved.
I'll make that motion.
Moved, and is there a seconder? Moved and seconded. Thank you. Discussion. Don't see any, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. We then move to the third on the recommendation that directs staff to evaluate all tools available to support affordable housing through an affordable housing strategy. Can I have a mover and seconder for that? Moved and seconded. Thank you. Discussion. Councillor Watson.
Yes, really, it's a question of clarification. I just wanted to ask and confirm that that work would include the use of the tool inclusionary zoning. It is mentioned in the next part of this in the zoning as something that we would do right away, but I don't support that idea. And so I'm asking about that here in the context of this recommendation.
Sure. I'm going to ask that question in the broadest possible sense. If this passes and the next portion passes, are we including inclusionary zoning, or would that essentially get shifted to the affordable housing strategy? I'll go to you, Mr. Bull.
Thank you, Mayor. For you, inclusionary zoning is proposed to be included in the zoning bylaw. So that's the one element that would be implemented through the zoning bylaw. But all other housing elements are part of this recommendation to be reviewed further later. So that's currently how we would implement that. Thank you.
Mr. Bull. Procedurally, Councillor Watson, I would probably suggest if you're comfortable with developing an affordable housing strategy, that this could pass, and a motion to amend the zoning portion 4.3 might be an appropriate place to have a motion to refer that portion of it to the affordable housing strategy. So procedurally, that would be my recommendation to advance it. I'm getting nods from staff. So
Thanks for that guidance.
I'm usually wrong on that.
That's
So I'm glad I
probably
got
what
a
I'll be
nod.
doing.
Okay. So the motion is live on the floor here. I have all my questions answered around that sort of inclusionary zoning piece as well. So I don't see other hands. So I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? I was right. Those are the easier ones. I assume that we're probably going to have a bit more debate on the fourth one. But I'm going to ask that someone put the motion on the floor as recommended here. And this would be to direct staff to bring forward an OCP bylaw amendment as per the revised draft land use framework as attachment A. Moved and seconded. Thank you. Now we can have debate on this motion as people see fit, or as I noted, in an effort to try and provide some context for debate, because I think we've heard a lot of concern from the community about the location and type of housing, that I have some suggestions for things we might amend this to do a bit more of a directed up as to what it is exactly that we want. But I'm happy to take any, if people wish to have a debate on this as it is right now, I'm happy to do so. Otherwise, I will seek a motion, I'm happy to read it out here that I provided ahead of time as a possible amendment. And I go through these in the pieces. So this would be the motion that staff be directed to amend Appendix A. This is the land use chart, to include only the following areas for land use types. And I have some suggestions here, and I think we'll go through them in section by section, and certainly welcome any other suggested additions. And I think we need to debate these in piece. So the first one is to advance the UVic Cedar Hill corner as laid out in the report. So I have a mover and a seconder for that. And this is really just as it is. There's no zoning attached to this at this point. It's just inclusion in the map. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Yeah, thank you. You know, I appreciate a strategy being presented for how we can look at further reducing the impact of these proposed land use changes. However, I'm not in favor of essentially saying goodbye to the work we've done over the last few months and saying, let's start from scratch and let's look at, you know, one particular design that one councillor has come up with that we've seen for a few hours. So I am not in favor of the direction of saying we're not doing anything and let's add additionally, like basically at the table, design a new official community plan. If this motion fails and the subsequent motions fail, I would be in favor of a more governance level amendment, which might be something like to further reduce the impact of the proposed land use changes by 30% based on feedback that we've received to date, where we can send staff back to further reduce the impact based on all of the community input we've heard, so that we're not crafting at the table here. You know, I'm sure each one of us could come up with a very different urban design for the neighborhood. So I'd be in favor of giving staff the opportunity to go back and further look at that. So I won't be supporting the motion.
Understood. Thank you for that, Councillor Smart. Councillor Green, Councillor Appleton, did I see your hand?
Oh,
No, go ahead. You're up. Go ahead, Councillor Green.
thank you.
So the motion right now is, and I appreciate that that was totally in order, that comment. I think it's important to kind of set the context of what we're contemplating here. But really, I would like to, if we're going to debate, which is the motion on the floor, which is the Cedar Hill, including Cedar Hill Corner on the piece. Go ahead.
Yes,
Councillor
I
Green.
think this is consistent with what we've heard, what we've read, and we ourselves identified. I am not in favor of doing a governance-based change because it could take forever and it's not clear. And you're absolutely right, Councillor Smart, we are not urban designers, so I would not want to go down that path. These are very practical suggestions that have been articulated in much of our community and articulated in materials provided by staff. So I will support the motion. Thank you.
Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
Point of clarification, Your Worship, we are only dealing with component A as submitted by you.
That is correct. The UVic Cedar Hill Corner lands is laid out in the report, to include that in as the revised attachment A. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Just further clarification, though, we are actually dealing with an amendment to include only. So we're starting from scratch, from a blank map, and in advancing, because I just want to, I'm very much in favor of advancing the UVic Cedar Hill corners laid out in the report, but I'm not in favor of doing that and wiping a clean slate on all of the work that has happened in this community over the last few months.
Thank you for that comment, Councillor Smart. I appreciate there are two tacks of doing this, and I appreciate there's a high level governance one where we're into the giving a percentage or some other thing, which is either way we're dealing with some vagueness. I think at this point, given the timelines that we have, I think there's some value. So I appreciate that that's the majority view of council. I think that we should hear that now, so I do appreciate that the conversation. I do think at some point it has to come to this table to say yes or no, almost really at a lot by lot basis, because it does ultimately come down to that's the impact of people in the community. So there's not a right way of doing this. So this is really a way I saw as perhaps advancing what we can get approval for within the community. But I take the point. If this does not pass, then we need to have another approach to it. Councillor Appleton's hand, and then Councillor Watson.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. So I too am in support of advancing UVic Cedar Hill Corner as laid out in the report, but the preliminary language is problematic because it does represent essentially a new option which was never presented to the public and also is not captured in the staff report. So I would seek your discretion to essentially sever point A, that one component, without the preliminary language. I would ask that it be moved separately without the preliminary language to include only. Because I would like to see this move forward, but the preliminary language is problematic.
Certainly, and maybe what I don't think I could sever that, because that would change the entire intent of the motion. That being said, I might turn to a staff and ask a question, and I appreciate this is a bit of a gray area, but the language in here is the following areas. It does lay out spaces in these things in terms of sort of linear paths of specific roads. Is the language of areas sufficient? Like, does that give some wiggle room for staff to look at it and it's not giving direct addresses, but essentially giving the areas of pieces? Does that provide some space there for staff to review and bring back a map aligned with the direction here? Mr. Bull?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yes, that's absolutely doable for us. Yeah, as long as those areas are specifically identified through the separate entries, so to say, then that will work for us. Thank you.
I know it doesn't address the primary concern you have, Councillor Appleton, of not wanting to do an additive approach and rather sort of do it, I guess, more in a scalpel approach of removing things, but
The issue remains, your worship, and I really don't want to have to, because I don't support the bulk of what's being presented here, but I don't want to have to not support the UVic Cedar Hill Corner, which is the way that the motion is currently worded, essentially compels me to do that. So I do not want to make that decision. So I would really appreciate your assistance in facilitating a different motion specifically with respect to point A.
I appreciate that. I don't think they're incompatible. If we get through this and there is not support for that and UVic in that, so that does not pass, then I would certainly be amenable to a separate motion that would clarify that addition. I think that's entirely practical from a procedural perspective, Councillor Appleton.
Sorry, your worship, I didn't actually understand the outcome of that. If the other pieces are not supportable, they need to be severed. So we can't move forward with the other pieces if we don't have a clear way to vote on component A here. So sorry, I don't disagree. I disagree with your interpretation of how that would be handled.
Give me a second here to think procedurally about how I might address your concern. I am happy to take each of these sections separately and have 4 separate motions. So to amend Appendix A to include, and then we'll list those pieces, but it would be to essentially replace Appendix A with these specific pieces. I think either way we get to the same outcome, but if it gives you perhaps more comfort, we can do them by land use type and just have separate motions for each. So we can have a final resolution on A, and then we can do a full resolution on B. And I'm happy to do that. So we're very, very clear about what we support and don't support.
I appreciate that, your worship. Making reference to especially section B and section C, that says amend in the preamble language, it says Appendix A to include only the following areas. But I note that under subsection B, it says new multifamily added only to the following areas, which specifies, which essentially says the same sort of thing. And then component C, it also says limited to, which and then itemizes the specific areas relevant. So I'm not sure actually to include only the following areas is actually necessary for the purposes of debating each individual component.
Okay, at the moment it's moved and seconded. I think the language is fairly clear unless there's any other desire to change it, we can do so, but at this point I'll make the same motion language at the beginning of A, B, C, and D. In that case is where I stand right now. Councillor Watson?
Yeah, just for the public's clarification and mine, because we're looking at something that they don't have, which is fine. There's a reference to Appendix A. We never call it Appendix A. Are we talking about Attachment A? I just want to make sure we're all looking at the same thing.
Correct. Sorry, my apologies. It is attachment A. It is for those who are looking at the maps online, it is the big colorful map that is the most recent November update. Thank you, Councillor Watson, for that clarification. So the motion right now is, so we'll just do it separately and we'll move that. So for the Cedar Hill Corner lands, I haven't moved and seconded. I'm going to call the question, I think, unless there's any other debate. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Could you please repeat the motion that we are deciding on in its entirety, please?
Yeah, I'm taking Councillor Appleton's point here to make sure that we're very clear about, because the language doesn't make sense if I sever it all in that case. So I think the language would have to be, and I'm happy to make this friendly amendment as the mover if the seconder is willing, the staff be directed to amend Appendix A to include specifically the following areas for land use types. I think that's probably a better way of putting it. So it's not only, okay. I'm not sure if I got an agreement from the seconder, so go ahead, Councillor Green.
Yeah, my question is though, does that change the intent of what we're attempting to do, which is to reflect the feedback from the public and scale back the extent of density?
It's ultimately up to each resolution will have its own direction. So I think the intention here is just to give a platform for debate about what we want to include or not include. And this gives a bit of a framework. And apologies to the public on this one. I've circulated this to council so they had a chance to see it. In my mind, I'll just say as the chair, as the mover of this, I do think that we can include specifically in that case, and I think it does very much give that framework. So it's just amended to include specifically those areas. So would not include anything else beyond that, is my understanding. Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make sure of that because to me, it would mean Appendix A and what you're suggesting. Whereas the motion, as we've read it in, is saying to include only the following areas for new land use types. And that's clearer to me. So I would want real clarification that we're actually starting from a blank sheet and we're then including what is suggested here.
Yeah, I hate to put staff on the spot here, but Ms. Anderson, I may turn to you a little bit for some guidance on this one. I appreciate it's sometimes hard to have a multi-part thing that at the end of the time. What I'm hoping to get to is a cumulative total, kind of like we did with the bike lane piece, and at the end of that, have a vote on the cumulative amendment to it. So to my mind, if we just cumulatively add these pieces to it, then at the end of it, we have a total that we can vote on as an overall piece. That's my goal. So procedurally here, I do actually think that what I should probably do then is move the entirety of the motion, and then I'll just sever the vote on each of these line items so we can go through it in that fashion. Ms. Anderson, I'm just going to turn to you to see if that makes sense from a procedural perspective.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. You could choose to move the entire amendment as you have presented to council and then sever it per number, if that's what you choose to do.
Yeah, I think I'll do it that way, and then I'll call the question on each of the line items as a piece. I'm getting no's over here, but I do have to procedurally move this forward. I have Councillor Smart and I have Councillor Watson and Appleton.
I just wondered if I could suggest that we move A to the end, just to see how this goes, because I think that you potentially may have more support for A as opposed to the other things. And so if we can have that one be further down the line, it just might make the whole thing easier. But
I don't think it matters, frankly. I think we can go through it quickly. Go ahead, Councillor Watson, and then Councillor Appleton.
Yeah, this is a comment, but procedurally, I find this very difficult because in front of us, we have an attachment A, which is a revised plan. It's very detailed. We have attachment B, which we looked at before and was the basis for moving forward to the next consultation. And in effect, I feel like you're putting attachment C on the table, but I don't have the map. It is very, very difficult for me to figure out what's being proposed without having some visual content to do this. And I don't, I mean, this proposals, these more limited additive things have been in front of us for about 3 hours. And I just do not feel equipped in my role as a councillor to make any kind of fair, logical, and rational assessment of what is now being proposed as a complete alternative. And so I am really, really struggling if we in effect move to what's an attachment C that is a blank piece of paper, because I can't see how it compares or contrasts to A and B. I just have text. So I'm sort of complaining about that. It's not working for me at all.
Fair enough. Councillor Watson, it may be, I don't know if you have a copy of this is on your desk, and it was circulated earlier today that has the map, but I appreciate it's not the same as the layout of the other piece. Here's perhaps a bit of, that might help a little bit of this, because I do think we have to advance something to 2 weeks from now to staff. If we go through this process, I'm gonna give it to Mr. Bowles on this one. If we go through this process, it would generate essentially a new attachment A, correct? Is that correct? So what would come back to council at that point would be this attachment A with the revisions that we talk about here, and that would provide a counterpoint. I know this is a bit awkward, Councillor Watson, but there's no reasonable way for any member of council, myself included, to ask staff to do work to generate a new map based on these things. And so I've done my best to try and provide some graphical summary pieces of that. Go ahead, Ms. Hunt.
Yes, thank you very much, Your Worship. So staff are looking at bringing forward the bylaw amendments in a couple of weeks for first readings, and then proceeding to public hearing. So we're really looking to try and limit the amendments when we bring forward the bylaws, because that could impact the public hearings. If you were to give us direction this evening to bring forward an updated map next week without the bylaws, I think staff could accommodate that. And then you could actually see what you're proposing through your motions on a map and consider it next week. And then we would turn that around and bring forward the bylaw amendments the following week, which would then be subject to the public hearing. So we would add an extra step, and but staff feel that we could accommodate that. Because the danger is if we bring forward the bylaw amendments for first and second reading on the 17th, and council has a number of changes to the maps, we would then have to postpone the public hearing, and that would impact our timeline.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Ms. Hunt. And I think, so I think, again, the more clarity we can give tonight to what it is that we want to have come back, that would be helpful. Everything here is a bit suboptimal given the tight timelines that we have. So I'm going to still suggest that we go through, so I'm happy to see this. As the mover, I'm happy to move the entirety, and I'll call the question on a line by line basis. We'll give that direction back. If there's, we may not have a majority of council that supports it. So I just want to, put that out there. I do want to have a chance for us as council to talk about these areas of the community, allow for opportunity for other members of council to raise other areas that they think might be of value and make the case for that, and then have that come back this is not the final decision point, but we need to give us clearer direction as we possibly can this evening. I just think that's really critically important. We don't have the time, unfortunately, to do anything else. So here we are. So the motion as I have it on the floor is that staff be directed to amend Appendix A to include only the following areas. Sorry, Attachment A. Thank you. I'll change that. And it'll include all of that. And then I'll go through and I'm just going to sever each line of this and we can talk about that. But I'm going to ask for debate on a section by section basis. And I'll call the question individually. So on the UVic Cedar Hill corner lands, as laid out in the report. Any other discussion on that? Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
I just have to ask you again to read the entirety of the motion that we're agreeing on so that I know whether or not I can support it.
Sure, I'm happy to do that. And in fact, it might be helpful for the public as well to understand what it is that we're talking about here. So the motion that I'll put on the floor is that staff be directed to amend Attachment A, that's this document, to include only the following areas for new land use types. The specific one is the UVic Cedar Hill corner lands as laid out in the report. Under new multifamily, added to the east side of Henderson, north of Upland School. The triangle bounded by Cadbro Bay Road, Cranmore, and Christie Way, that's adjacent to Oak Bay High School. The 7 remaining single-family homes between Chaucer and Oak Bay Avenue. The parcels along Christie Way and Cranmore backing onto Oak Bay Lodge lands. Lots to the north side of St. Denis between Newport and Transit, that's immediately behind the O'Keefe's Automotive. Then under townhouse residential, lots adjacent, which it says here, which will require entrance to Spacing Street, limited to lots adjacent to Foul Bay Road from Chaucer to Allenby. Estevan between Beach Drive and Dunlevy. Cadro Bay Road between Bowker and Estevan. South side of Cedar Hill Crossroad. The north side of Newport from Monterey to Beresford, and corner lots in other neighborhoods. Although I think that actually will come out because there's a possible other motion arising on that one. And then under commercial centers, to not expand the boundaries of existing neighborhood village commercial centers, add a new neighborhood village commercial center at the corner of Cedar Hill Crossroad and Henderson Rowan as shown on current Attachment A. Limit height to 3 stories in neighborhood villages and allow commercial space or residential above retail space. So that's the motion as a whole, and we can debate each one as we go through and vote on them. So I'm going to call the question on some severing each of those line items so we can debate and things. So calling the question on the UVic lands, all those in favor? I know this is an awkward one I'm going to suggest that, yeah, at the end of the day, there's a motion to vote on the cumulative. So I need to do that again. All those in favor? And those opposed? Council.
No. So frustrated with this process.
This is. Well, I'm going to say again, I think I've explained it enough at this point. So do I have any motions opposed to this item on the agenda? Okay. Councillor Appleton?
I am going to strongly register my disappointment with the way that this particular item is being handled. Councillor Smart's point is well made. Everybody here is supportive of the UVic lands. The motion is not crafted in order to properly support what's being put forward.
Also, I might give some advice to those, if you're in support of the UVic lands, vote in support of this. We'll go through each of these things in order and hopefully fairly quickly. And at the end of that, we'll have a vote on the totality of the motion as amended. And that will be the chance to vote on the whole. You can register your support and make a case for each of these cases in between. The OCP is a compromise document. It's achieving what we can, and it's advancing what and trying to meet different needs. At the end of the day, this is a way for us to debate the merits plus or minus the various aspects of it, and certainly amenable to any other changes that people wish to bring forward on it. This is a tool that we have to manage debate. Councillor Appleton?
Thank you, Your Worship. This is not a debate about the merits of the OCP process or how it should be dealt with. This is specifically about the handling of this one motion and the preamble language, which has been raised on a number of different occasions. I raise a point of order to ask for staff's input from corporate services as to whether or not the motion structured as it currently is acceptable.
The acceptable is a difficult one, probably. I'm not sure. You'd like to put, is it procedurally correct? Ms. Anderson, is there an issue with the procedural? I certainly don't want to move something here that is not procedurally correct.
I think the question before us is if an avenue to take would be challenging the chair. So we could challenge the motion on the floor and see if all of council finds this motion to be incorrect.
Yeah, I think procedurally, that's probably from a council perspective. I don't think, but my understanding of this is that procedurally, having a motion to amend the attachment A, which is part of the OCP program, we can do that amendment process either through, specifically asking for things to be modified, removed. In this case, I think it's simpler for us to have an additive approach. I think procedurally we can make an amendment process in this fashion, I believe. Is that? I mean, procedurally, I appreciate that there may be a secondary question here from Councillor Appleton, which is challenging the chair on the question, but I think procedurally here, I just want to make sure we're in order in terms of the motion to amend an attachment as part of the OCP.
The attachment before you can be amendable for sure. Yes.
So, Councillor Appleton, no, I mean, I don't want to. Procedurally, here you have a right to challenge the chair on procedure, and I don't want to get this wrong. So
Yeah, thank you very much. No, I won't move on until we've got clarity on the nature of the motion. So again, I heard this described as moving to a blank slate. So is this in fact a blank slate? Are we dealing with it was described as a blank slate. So if we are dealing with a brand new attachment, we are not in fact amending attachment A, we are starting with a new attachment. So is that the nature of this motion?
So procedurally, we have an attachment A that has a land use layout which shows the land use suggested land use portions of it. The motion on the floor essentially takes away those and adds them back in piece by piece with some variation, with some modification. So I think this is still a useful document to refer to, but essentially this is taking that and basically adding in the land use to the map to give direction, and then the map will be returned back to council here next week, so we can view it as a whole.
Then I will make a motion. There's a motion moved and seconded, I believe, on the floor, Your Worship. The motion is moved and seconded.
Correct. Yep. And I've been severing. I'll be severing the aspects of it. So we're on B at this point. But I'm happy to. You want to speak to the broader motion as a whole?
No, your worship.
Councillor Watson?
I would like to speak to the broader motion as a whole, and I would have less trouble with this procedurally if it was reductive as opposed to additive. If this said that staff be directed to amend attachment A to remove the following areas, I could actually maybe even comprehend that and take out my pencil right now and start making marks and have a discussion. But the other way, it's like I have a blank piece of 11 by 17, and I'm supposed to be able to envisage what you're suggesting. I can't do it. I literally intellectually cannot do it. So I'm really struggling with the way this is presented. If we did a reductive discussion and you could give us the flip of what you've suggested here, I might be able, I would work really hard to see where that goes. But I'm really struggling trying to do the opposite.
Yeah, I understand that, Councillor Watson. I contemplated that as a process, trying to give us something to debate. Either way has essentially the net same effect. My thought process on this is it's actually very difficult in a very high scale map to understand what it is that those pieces are. So it seemed easier to point at the map and say, I want, to add back in the, say all of the spaces between these streets, right? And have that as a piece than it was to try and take it away, because it's very hard sometimes granularly to see where those spaces are. Either way has the struggles, but I have a motion on the floor right now that I'm going to ask that people, just as we did with the bike lane discussions, or the bikeways, that we treat it and go through this. I think most importantly, we just want to understand what it is that council's views as appropriate and viable for the community. And if we can't get to a final piece of this today, we can do our best effort and come back with a piece. But we do need, in the timelines available, really today have to have as close to a final answer as we possibly can. And I do want to get to the motion that's on the floor right now, but Councillor Smart?
Thank you. So if we're now talking about the multifamily, through you, Mayor, I guess I would just like clarification on going through the attachment A as to which of these multifamily areas are existing, because the motion is about adding, but it's because we have the attachment A in front of us, it's not clear which of the multi-unit residential areas are existing and which ones are adding. So if there could be some clarification around that, maybe we could walk through the math. That would be very helpful.
Sure, 100%. The first one for discussion, and then we can separate these out one at a time. So is the east side of Henderson, north of Upland School. So this is on the map currently. There are other areas around that area that have multifamily, i.e. along Cedar Hill Crossroad. This is very specific to the path between Upland School and heading north along the east side of, going towards UVic on the right-hand side of of Henderson. So the lands that essentially back onto either the parkland, the golf course, or the church lands. Go ahead, Councillor.
I'm sorry, my question is not, like, I can very clearly see the ones that you're proposing through these maps that have been provided, but it's, what I'm wondering is with the remaining areas, which ones are currently zoned in some sort of multi-residential way now versus are proposed. So like when we go down to say the area by Windsor Park, there's a lot of that I think is multifamily already. So I'm not sure how much we're losing in this motion. So if we could just maybe go through and you could tell me, or staff could tell us, like the remaining areas that we're losing, which ones are multifamily already versus which ones are proposed?
Yeah, all I can do is give what we have. So I think I really appreciate staff providing this over the weekend. We have attachment A and we have Schedule B from 2024. So the Schedule B is the current state and the Schedule A is the proposed new state. So really that's the difference on there. There's not, yeah, those are the pieces that are there. I don't have a way of sort of going through line by line of all the other pieces that aren't part of that. And I'm certainly happy to first, if there's pieces that people wish to contemplate additive to, we can look at that. So I'm going to try and manage this debate on the piece of this, which is the next one is the east side of Henderson, north of Upland School. do people, quick debate on that? I'm to put these in more in the order of things that I thought were reasonably clear and supportable and had least minimal impact on neighbors. Councillor Appleton?
No, thank you, Your Worship. So I think I can probably save time just in terms of dealing with A through E and under subsection B and A through F under subsection C, because they do not represent any feedback from the public. This is not an option or a layout that anybody has seen or that anybody has offered feedback on. So if we are really going to be additive in our approach, I would suggest that we should have really just started with these approximately 175 individual properties and indicated to those homeowners that those were the ones that were being included. Because this, I cannot support what's presented here, because as compared to the attachment A, as far as my quick math, which was all I had time for because this arrived today, as far as what it represents, it's a 75 to 80% reduction in the amount of new housing proposed as part of the OCP, which from staff's, which I worked that out to be well over 5,000 potential units that are going to be now taken out. And with
I think I want to make sure we just allow everybody to have make their points here in a respectful way. Please go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
so even with the potential capacity that's been mooted, the absolute maximum capacity mooted by the UVic lands at 3,000 units, which is by no means certain, basically what is contemplated here under sections B and C modifies the OCP such that we will not meet provincial housing targets.
I think it's again, procedurally, I want to get to the meat of this. And staff, perhaps you can just give us some clarification on this. What we have right now, according to the chart, for the current allowance of housing is 18,107. There's another approximately 3,000 from UVic, which is presented about 21,000. And then option A has a total of 24,000. So we're looking at around, my math is around a little over 3,000 units difference between doing nothing and doing the additive pieces here. But maybe I just want to make sure we confirm that. Sorry, I'm
Thank you, Mayor.
This is the
It's,
chart that we had sent around by email, which showed that the option A November update has 24,377, and the basically all of the infill housing, which is the bulk of what we're looking at here, is the 18,107 plus the approximately 3,000 of Cedar Hill Corners.
Thank you, Mayor. I could put up that table on the screen if
Sure.
that's helpful. And then could you repeat your question? I'm sorry.
No, I think there was just like the general question was, what is the gap? I mean, we're adding things in, but what is the baseline that we're going to be starting at here? If with I think there was the question was, are we losing 5,000 or 6,000 units or?
Thank you, Mayor. While this particular illustration is coming up, yes, the starting point right now, the current OCP has 18,000 capacity.
Right.
And that's one of the things that the province is looking for, or the main thing in the legislation.
Right.
And then with the proposed land use frameworks that are attached to the report, attachment A, you have been talking about, has an estimated capacity of over 24,000, and attachment B, which is the version that was presented to the public, slightly lower in 23,500. So those are the differences in numbers. UVic specifically is in that estimate for 3,000. So that gives you a sense of what the remainder is. So that means that the rest of the proposed land use changes is another 3,000-4,000 units. Thank you.
Does that help, Councillor Appleton?
Yeah, I appreciate the clarification, Your Worship, especially because this arrived so, so late in the day and we had to do these calculations to sort of project. I guess this is a question to you as the mover of the motion. I mean, was there a projection run, or what did you, in presenting these motions, evaluate the overall percentage impact to number of units available and how many individual properties would be affected?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor Appleton. The short answer is no. And the long answer is the rationale for not going too far down that path. I think that is work that staff would have to do to come up with that number. But if I look at that chart that was just on the screen where we have around 21,000 scheduled houses, and the difference that we're looking at here, whether we do none of these changes or a subset of these changes, is about 3,000 in that capacity. It's about one, and it's not a substantive difference in the overall number of housing units. We are making our housing targets compliant with, in my opinion, with the BC legislation, no matter what. And so I wanted to turn the conversation away from, oh, the numbers here and there, and are we doing that? And saying, okay, we've got the numbers. Let's turn our minds as a governance body to what do we want to see in this community? Where do we want to see this growth? What kind of housing do we want to see? And I think we have that flexibility in this process to do that, to kind of turn our mind a little bit away from, is it 16 or 20 units? These are large, long-term projections in any case. Let's have a conversation through these about, are these appropriate types of housing and locations of housing that the community wants? That's the rationale. Thank you, Councillor Appleton. Floor back to you.
Thank you. And I appreciate that clarification. The issue with respect to that, respect to discussing whether or not these are appropriate locations, and this is, as the motion is phrased, include only these areas, is that these maps distributed to us, but not to public, as supporting information for the motion that's on the floor, were never presented to the public. They were never included in any consultation materials. The materials reviewed by the public showed completely different layouts. And so if members of the public had attended open house sessions, and if they had provided feedback on the maps and the materials that were presented to them, if it was presented to them, what is implied in these subsections here, in subsections B and C, is that at any point, what they were commenting on and the materials that they thought that they were providing input to could be summarily removed based on an individual councillor's or any individual member of council's perspective on what constitutes suitable growth.
Procedurally, it is ultimately council's decision.
It is council's decision, but this is not at all, this material at all, that staff, public have never even seen this. I can.
I don't want people calling out from the thing, but so Councillor Appleton?
Yeah, well, I can hold them up for the camera or something like that, Your Worship, so that people
Put them
can
on
see
screen if it's necessary, but I just want to point out, there's nothing here additive to the conversation. So everything on here is either at or below what was presented to the council, and we've had feedback on that. Procedurally, I do want to move this forward, but I will say, like, at the last council meeting, it would be when we decided what to provide to the public, we decided, majority of council decided to advance all of the options for council for public feedback, and we've had significant amount of feedback. And so I would just say this is our opportunity to respond to that in a very specific way. And ultimately council has to make that decision as to what that looks like. I'll go to Councillor Smart, and then Green, and then Patterson. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Thanks. I just wondered if you could just inform us about how this is changing the Oak Bay Village land use framework, being that.
It is not.
But, okay, I'm just looking at how different so the changes that were made in the OCP update from November 2025 that in a sense reduces in some areas the urban village and increases, like it changes the shape of the Oak Bay Village in our current proposal. So what you're saying is we would be going back to what it showed, basically what it is now that we're seeing in the 2014.
No, in fact, it's pretty much, it's just aligned with what is in this report. The changes in the Oak Bay Village pieces outside of the Slate extension back to all the way to Granite. Actually, no, that's all the same as well. The land use pieces here are, it doesn't expand off of the Oak Bay Avenue in the same way, but the village itself, the village designation is the same. That part of the clarification there is just the Chaucer Road piece to make sure that's still included, to close that off as is in that attachment A. Go ahead, Councillor Smart. You had a follow-up question?
Okay, so which map should I be looking at to understand what the shape of the Oak Bay Village will be with this current proposal?
Still have a village planning process to undertake, but the zoning for the Oak Bay Village is in alignment with attachment A currently. That's the one in our package.
But then some of it might be, the zoning then might be not compliant then with the OCP vision, because our OCP vision would be back at the 2014 shape.
Sure, I'm sorry, I don't understand your question. The Oak Bay Village zoning that is in the current attachment A is with this wording it remains the same. There's no changes. If you want to make that a bit more clear that the neighbor at the Oak Bay Village.
Well, then I guess then are we down zoning some areas because the in our current attachment A, and the village is narrower. So and we're not adding, I don't think, any multifamily in your motions around the village. So then we're actually maybe, I guess I'm just wondering what the resulting zoning is going to be for some of these properties if we're not adding in residential. There's some that I just wouldn't understand if it's going back to the Oak Bay Village area versus just because they're two different shapes. So I just don't understand how that's going to play out.
Okay, I in terms of there's nothing specifically here on multifamily. The Oak Bay Village is I totally accept if you wish to. I think a reasonable amendment would be to add just to say the Oak Bay Village zoning should be consistent with what's in the current attachment A. There's no problem with that. It's essentially silent on that, other than to make sure that we're clear that the multifamily extends onto the backside of Oak Bay Avenue on the Chaucer side of the. And I appreciate it is a bit complicated.
It's not so much that I'm disagreeing with it. I'm just trying to understand it.
Get it. And I think maybe if we walk through this line by line, we'll have a better chance of having that discussion. Sorry, my speaking notes, I had Councillor Patterson, I think, next. No? Oh, Councillor Green, sorry.
Thank you. I think really what the mayor has attempted to do, and I appreciate the attempt, quite frankly, he has attempted to more accurately reflect what he has heard, what information he has received in various forms that we've all received, what we've all heard. If you attended the open houses, the webinar, if you've been reading your email today, I think we were overwhelmed with concerns about this official community plan process over and over and over again. In fact, I have never seen Oak Bay so activated. I've never seen it so energized around an issue, and I have never seen so overwhelming feedback from everywhere. So I think I appreciate that the mayor has attempted to tackle a very difficult issue, scale back the amount of density because people are afraid, they're anxious, they're concerned about their homes and their neighborhoods and all the other places that they visit and spend time in. This is a community of human beings. It is not just a community of housing units. So I'm appreciative. So all I want to say to you is let's proceed and see how and see where we go. Thank you.
Yeah, I am going to go through the procedural pieces here. I think it's important, and I appreciate at the end of this, if people don't feel we have a cumulative model that people are supportive of, we will have we'll have a vote, and I'm going to ask again. I know there's a lot of emotion attached to this, but I'm going to just ask the public to just allow for the debate to happen here. And I know it's the temptation to cheer or boo or something is always there, but you know, we just want to make sure everybody feels comfortable in stating their piece. We all feel that's important. So I'm going to just, as I'm severing these pieces, or Councillor Patterson, did you wish to add one more piece?
Yes, I just, in listening to a lot of the discussion here, I do appreciate actually the mayor coming forward with this, because I think it does, as Councillor Green has said, takes into consideration a lot of what we heard, a lot of what was written in, and attempts to deal with it. And I think, you know, when I listen to comments like, staff had a good plan and we put all this forward. But if we read the Mulholland report, and certainly I get a lot of other real estate reports, the dynamics are shifting rapidly. And if we are not willing to be flexible on this, we will not get anywhere regardless. So I think that this is a reasonable accommodation of what we heard, where we want to go, and it still takes us to the numbers we need to be with. And so I would like to just see us continue to go through this and see what we think, because I think that there is a path forward on this, and it does not discard everything that is here. It simply perhaps puts it into a more manageable component to allow us to work forward more rapidly. And because when we went forward to the public with the last one, we didn't have UVic in there, and we got a lot of feedback from the public on not having it in there. So I think that all of these things are meant to try to identify with the feedback, with changing conditions, which were identified even within the context of the consultant's report. So I would just like to move forward on it. Thank you.
I'm going to move forward procedurally here, and at the end, again, I just appreciate brief but thoughtful debate on each of these items. And if there's things that we want to change, totally amenable to that. Things we want to remove or add, totally amenable to that. Again, we don't have to get this perfect. This is a land use framework that will guide us for the next thing, and we're mandated to come back and look at it again in 5 years. So I don't want this to be in a position where we feel like there's a crisis if we miss one aspect or something. It's always amenable. So with that, we have the east side of Henderson, north of Upland School. So this is running between the current or the proposed commercial center at the corner and the in the Upland School. Any discussion on that? All those in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Appleton and Smart and Watson opposed. Move then to triangle bounded by Cadbro Bay Road, Cranmore, and Christie Way. Councillor Appleton.
I'd like to speak to my opposition, Your Worship, as is our standard here, as it will be with all of the components in this subsection. My objection is with the process, not that this individual location is either appropriate or not for the purposes of this discussion. So I want it understood that my registering my opposition to this is us retreating to a blank slate and crafting a new appendix and a new map that the members of the public have not seen. So it has nothing to do with the individual locations. It has to do with the process. Thank you, Your Worship.
So Councillor Appleton, if anytime people say things like that, I mean, I'm invite you, if you wish to challenge the process through motion, you're welcome to do so at this time. Otherwise, I think we'd all value from your input onto each of the individual items as well, whether or not you wish to vote for or against them. So appreciate at this point, you probably don't need to speak to this particular section of road, but certainly encourage you to participate in that. Turning then to the item B, which is the triangle bounded by Cadbro Bay Road, Cranmore, and Christie Way. So this is the isolated parcel of land adjacent to Oak Bay High School. This is obviously identified for multifamily in the plan. It seems eminently logical and separated again from other pieces. Any discussion on that? Councillor Appleton?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just wondering, I've had people from this exact geographic area raise concerns about them being singled out in this way for multifamily. So I'm just wondering why this particular location as compared to any of the other number of multifamily locations that are proposed for deletion with this approach.
Well, I think it's up to the council whether or not they think it's supportable, Councillor Appleton. I included this one as it has minimal impact on neighbors and would provide the opportunity for a more comprehensive development plan. We struggle, as you probably know, with many small lots, and so often boundary on each other. And I think one of the principles is that this is one that could actually be used for redevelopment in a way that has minimal impact. All right, all those in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Smart, Watson, and Appleton opposed. This is the 7 remaining single-family homes between Chaucer and Oak Bay Avenue. So just for those wondering, along Oak Bay Avenue, backing onto the commercial at the west end, there are a few single-family homes there. It is again matching up with the attachment A in the report to change those to either just to multifamily. It could be Oak Bay Village, and perhaps maybe I'll give that to staff if they actually I just realized that is the case, that is the it is shown as Oak Bay Village, not multifamily, which is interesting because it's actually match on those pieces. Well, just to keep it consistent with matching up with the map, I'm going to suggest that we take item C and deal with it at the bottom as part of Oak Bay Avenue. And I think that was consistent with Councillor Smart's consideration to make sure that we're clear in the language that we want the Oak Bay Village to remain as shown in attachment A. So then moving to the next one, which is parcels along Christie Way and Cranmore, backing onto the Oak Bay Lodge lands. So this is one I think a little bit less sure, but I thought it was a worthwhile inclusion. So there is one multifamily at the corner, and then a few single-family homes going around the corner there. And so consideration of whether or not we want to include that at this time in multifamily. And I don't have a right answer to this one. I thought it was worth discussing, but not necessarily the right thing to put forward. Go ahead, Councillor Green.
I think it's helpful to point out that this provides housing options for these areas. They may not occur, they may not be built, they may not be developed. People will want to stay in their homes and continue living in the community, but it's a question of options, I think. So I will support it. Thank you.
I'm going to say this one I struggle with a little bit just because it's not in the plan, really. It's just it's adjacent to. But I think it's worth flagging just for maybe for either approval now or if we approve it now, it'll trigger the notification to the people in that area that for consideration. But I'm just cognizant of the fact that Oak Bay Lodge is expected to redevelop and it will be large, and it's an appropriate place to have adjacent, not on all sides of it, but on that one section. So any other discussion on that?
Yeah.
Councillor Watson?
Yeah, yes, it may very well be. But with respect to options, I just want to sort of reflect on what Councillor Green has just said. With respect to options, we could have been having discussion right now between the changes that staff and the consultant have proposed based on the community feedback that got us from the framework in September, attachment B to attachment A. And taking a more liberal, if it's really about options, then taking the most liberal approach, given we don't know what the market's going to do, would make the most sense to me, because the market will tell us what will happen. And in each of these zones, the thing below it is still allowed. So why seven units here and that's okay, but not another bunch up Foul Bay Road or particularly at the top of Henderson? I would prefer to have had a discussion, just going back a motion, to the differences between the Henderson stretch from September to November and why those changes would or would not be appropriate. But we never got there. So I am just so struggling with this that as you go down through this list, I don't think I can support anything. And it looks like it'll all go through and we'll see a map, but it's not rational planning in my view.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor. I mean, I think either way, if we're going to be going through a map to having those conversations, it's either, again, we've had this conversation. I think we're passing along this one. I think that, so yeah, I'm actually not sure on this one whether I support it or not. The reason I'm a little hesitant on this one is it's not it wasn't part of unlike everything else on here, not part of the map or part of the original plan. So I think it was one I wanted to flag, but I don't think I'm going to support moving it in right now. But I do think it's something that's worth talking about in future as a potential piece. So I put it in here for conversation, but I don't think I'm going to support this one. I just think it's, given it's net new. So go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thanks, Mayor. I think I will support it because I do believe that just because I'm supporting it now doesn't mean that it'll actually be added in the future, because we will be doing the notification to those houses. And if we get a lot of feedback from that, then we can take it out at that time. So I'm going to support it. Thank you.
That's a fair point. Thank you. Any other discussion on that item? Convince me on that one, Councillor Braithwaite. All those in favor? And those opposed? Councillor Watson, Appleton, and Smart opposed. And then the last one on this list is the lots on the north side of St. Denis between Newport and Transit. So this is again on the map, immediately behind the O'Keefe's and the small, adjacent behind the small apartment facing Windsor. And that stretch is all single family homes right now, but as is in the current report, would be transformed into a multifamily. Any other discussion on that piece? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? Watson, Appleton, and Smart opposed. Moving then to townhouse residential. So this is the first one is probably the one I had the most, I was seeking the most input from council. So this is lots adjacent to Foul Bay Road. So this is not going down the secondary roads, but just those facing Foul Bay Road. And there's Chaucer to Allenby, which is really up to the corner commercial at the corner of Allenby. So it's currently in the map showing as multifamily. So this would be changing that to townhouse as opposed to multifamily. And then the question is that appropriate to do that entire stretch, or is there a desire to have either longer or shorter along that stretch? And is there desire to extend down those side streets as was part of the original plan? So those are sort of the questions I have, but the motion on the floor right now is just townhouse and just the lots facing directly onto Foul Bay Road for this portion. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Yeah, I won't be supporting this motion. When we look to envision for a long period of time, like, yes, we're looking 20 years ahead, but we're also potentially allowing for the construction of buildings that will last 50 to 75 to 100 years. If we look at putting townhouses in this area, are we going to want to see them torn down in 20 years when we're ready to have multi-family residential buildings? I think we need to look a little bit further ahead to the actual lifespan of a building, and to think about really where we want to go, especially looking at the projected density that we're going to see across the street in the city of Victoria. So I won't be supporting it.
Yeah, Councillor Watson.
Also, I can't support it either because when our initial outreach, where we asked the community where they wanted growth to be focused, this was one of the places. And it's a lost opportunity, I think, if we.
I'm just going to ask, so just not to have people calling up from the community, from the audience. It's hard doing this work, and especially if you're in a minority viewpoint. So just give people that, just let the conversation happen. Go ahead, Councillor Watson.
I think it would be a very big lost opportunity to backpedal on this when we really got clear direction at that high level, that high policy level, where the community wanted growth to occur. And so using townhouse form here, I think, is inappropriate.
Councillor Braithwaite.
Thanks, Mayor. I actually would prefer to see the townhouses along here rather than a multi-family, because I don't think that, I think that it's nice that we're only doing a short section. We're not going into an established neighborhood. We're just keeping it along Foul Bay Road. And I think that is more palatable from what the information that I've read from our community. That's more palatable to them than to have it extend a couple of blocks in and have it, 6 to 12 stories along there. So to me, townhouses along that road is a much better way to look at adding density into that area. Thank you.
Just for clarification, what's currently proposed in attachment A is 4 stories with the current zoning for multifamily, not 6 to 12. But the 6 to 12 is on the corner of
The corner, yes.
Yeah. just so we're all clear about what the differences are here. Go ahead, Councillor Green, and then Councillor Smart.
Thank you. I will support this as well. And I think Councillor Braithwaite has expressed most of my thoughts about this. And it is on a major transportation corridor that reaches Camosun College and the University of Victoria, so among other places. So I think it makes sense. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Smart. Actually, no, Councillor Appleton for the first time, and I'll go back to second speakers.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to propose an amendment to sub-item C here to add an additional component.
Sure, I'll deal with it as a separate motion, but or separate vote, but please go ahead.
Well, I'm designating, as per your request, I'm designating, requesting an amendment for additional townhouse residential areas.
Yep.
So this would be item G as laid out in this layout here. So item G, I'm making a motion to amend to include under item G, all additional areas identified on the November 2025 revised draft of the land use framework for townhouse residential not already captured above.
Okay, I will deal with that as the last item on this agenda item. So right now we're looking at lots adjacent to Falloway Road from Chaucer to Allenby. I have Councillor, I think Patterson, did you have your hand up for a first time speaker, and then Councillor Smart?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And while most of this I support, the stretch from Chaucer to Cadborough Bay Road, well, I mean, it really is Chaucer to Goldsmith, but to Cadborough Bay Road, that is where the pedestrian assets are the poorest, some of the poorest in this district. And so to support any changes there, there would have to be, we would have to contemplate significant pedestrian changes to that strip also. It certainly, once you pass Cadborough Bay Road, that's not a problem, but south of Cadborough Bay Road, it is a problem. So just for clarification, would that be taken into consideration? If we do that area, that means that infrastructure needs upgraded.
Sure, I'll just turn the question to staff. So when we're making things like suggested zoning changes, whether it's townhouse or multifamily, as those changes happen, are those improvements made to the frontages of those areas? Go ahead, Mr. Rennick. Oh, sorry, I just need a motion to extend the meeting.
To extend the meeting, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll move to extend the meeting till 11 o'clock.
Seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? Opposed, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Patterson. Oh, sorry, Councillor, sorry, Mr. Rennick.
Thank you, through the mayor. It really depends on how those land use changes are being contemplated. Again, it's that discussion about pre-zoning versus zoning bylaw amendments for a specific development. In the report in section 4.3, there is discussion of some of those new tools, like the servicing officer role. Council could update the subdivision and development servicing bylaw to establish that Foul Bay Road has a minimum standard for sidewalks that must be met, for example. So it's a difficult question to answer at a high policy level because it does really depend on the specifics of how that land use change is directed by council.
Sure. So as part of the OCP, it would still, if it had a rezoning, it would trigger that. If it was essentially pre-zoned, then that would not. Is that a ish? Mr. Bull?
Thank you, Mayor. If I can jump in as well. If it's in the OCP, it allows us to make those preparations and consider our tools. That doesn't take away the fact that at the time of rezoning, if it needs to, there's two options there. If it's rezoning, then there is an opportunity to, as part of the rezoning, discuss certain elements that are required. If it's pre-zoned, then whatever the current requirements are would be applicable. And in this case, I would think that we were not quite prepared for that scenario. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I do recognize it is the most difficult stretch of road, I think, in Oak Bay. Do you wish to make any amendments to that? Or are you okay with the languages? Okay. I have Councillor Smart for the second. Oh, sorry, Councillor Mr. Bull.
Mr. Mayor, if it's helpful, we could put up the proposed land use map on the screen, if that's handy, but up to you to request.
No, I think we've all got it here, so I think we're fine. Go ahead, Councillor Smart, for a second time, and I'll speak.
Yeah, thank you. With regards to how challenging the infrastructure is in this section, I just wanted to point out that larger projects with larger budgets are going to much more likely be able to support significant infrastructure upgrades that really make that road better for pedestrians, cyclists, and cars. The other thing, with the comment with regards to Councillor Watson representing a minority viewpoint with regards to the discussion of greater density on the street, I just want to point out that our survey actually has 51% in favor of townhouses and 4 to 6 story apartment buildings versus a 41% against. And as we know that even with these surveys, we're not getting a balanced viewpoint because we did not have the time for focus groups. So I just want to point out the people that aren't in the room today and that we're representing them as well.
And thank you, Councillor Smart. It's always worth to remind that. And I do not mean to imply that it was a minority viewpoint, but I just said even especially if you have a minority viewpoint, especially in the room, it can be difficult. I just want to make sure we have a respectful space here. Just briefly speaking to this, and perhaps to some rationale for this along this stretch. Looking at the land use planning for both Victoria and Saanich, this stretch of road has primarily infill housing across the road from it. So you see a townhouse development going in across the road in Victoria's side. Saanich has no added density whatsoever along the peninsula, which is the majority of the facing street here. So we really have what are single family homes and some small scale multi-unit housing on the west side of the house along Fowl Bay Road. And on the Oak Bay side, we're looking at a higher density of row houses, townhouses facing that. I do think that is not an inappropriate balance. I think it would be somewhat odd given that to have such a discrepancy on one side of the road versus the other. And I appreciate that's a perspective, but it's a piece. But that is part of the rationale here, is that it actually, to my mind, aligns better with what the long-term land use planning of our neighboring municipalities actually looks like on the stretch. I don't see any other discussion on this, so I'm going to call the question. This is on the lots adjacent to Fowl Bay Road from Trosser to Allenby for townhouse residential. All those in favor? And those opposed? I have Watson, Appleton, and Smart opposed. We now have moved to Estevan between Beach Drive and Dunlevy. Dunlevy, for those of you who don't know, is adjacent to Estevan Village, so it's the stretch between Beach Drive and Estevan Village along Estevan. Any discussion on that piece? Again, this is currently in the attachment 1 as multifamily, so 4 stories. So this is changing that from 4-story to townhome development, row house development along that stretch. And we'll say, go ahead, Councillor Watson.
I just think it's another huge lost opportunity, and that we should be bolder when you actually look at what that connects to along Beach Drive and what's going along on the water frontage. It creates the kind of investment, occupation, in habitation to make Estevan Village a successful neighborhood center. And downgrading this to townhouses is I think, short-sighted. So I can't support it.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. I do appreciate that feedback. Any other discussion? All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? I have Councillor Watson, Appleton, and Smart opposed. We move now to Cadre Bay Road. So this is the area between Bowker and Estevan, which is again the commercial area in that part of Cadbro Bay. Again, this is shifting from it's really on one side of the street, but there are some pockets on the east side from multifamily to townhome development. So this is sort of bridging the higher density by the school to the piece. Discussion? All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? Councillor Smart, Watson, Appleton opposed. Then we have townhouse residential along the south side of Cedar Hill Crossroad. I don't think it needs more definition than that. There's only that one stretch that isn't currently multifamily, which is, so this is heading west of Henderson along Cedar Hill Crossroad, backing onto single-family homes along that stretch. Again, the change here, these are considerations in the current plan, but would be shifting from multifamily to townhome, row home developments. All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Watson, Appleton, and Smart opposed. Third from the end, north side of Newport from Monterey to Beresford. So again, this is the little stretch as identified in the plan that just goes from them. This is the one backing onto the Heritage Conservation Area. There's a stretch of about 4 or 5 houses along there that are currently showing as multifamily, but would in this case be row homes, townhomes. Don't see discussion, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor and opposed? I have Smart, Watson, Appleton opposed. I've struck the corner lots in other neighborhoods, so we'll come to that in as a motion arising later for consideration. And then we have another motion as amend. I should have actually called for a motion on this to amend. My apologies procedurally. So a motion was made by Councillor Appleton asking that a G be added to this motion that says that all additional areas identified for townhouse residential being on attachment A be included. Is that correct? Is that not already captured be included? So that's moved. Is there a seconder for that? Moved and seconded. So the motion is to amend it for discussion. So a motion in favor is to add this to this piece, and we'll have if it passes, we'll have a debate on it. All those in favor? And any opposed? None opposed? Oh, sorry. This is not to approve it. This is to allow it in for discussion. Okay, so Councillor Braithwaite opposed. So that is, sorry, that was procedurally we added this thing. So we now are going to deal with that G. So this is consideration of additional areas for townhouse residential not already included, or on attachment A, not already included in the above motions. Discussion? Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just wanted to motivate on this one. This is an it's disappointing that we're piecing out townhouse residential in this way, because townhouse residential is one of the #1 housing forms that so many people in the community have asked for. So it's so disappointing to see this current proposal have like a quarter of what was originally proposed for townhouses. So I really believe firmly that that's a really positive housing form for Oak Bay. So many people have asked us for it. So I would like to have all of the areas on the attachment A revised version that are zoned for townhouses, or that would be projected for townhouses, also be included.
Thank you. And I just, for the interest of the public, this would be along Musgrave, and I can't remember, there's a Dunlevy on the other side between Estevan and Dalhousie. All the side roads off of Oak Bay Avenue heading north, including oh gosh, what's the name of it? Just north of Otavio's, Monterey, Hampshire, Wilmot, and my brain is not working right now. Yale and Elgin on the right-hand side, and then down Meadow Place as part of those, and then all of the roads east of Carnarvon Park, running between Henderson and Foulway Road, and sorry, along the west side of Henderson, most of the length of that street down to the including a part of it off of things. So that's just so we have a sense of where that is, and a little bit south of Oak Bay Avenue, off of Granite, and some of the side streets in that area. Okay, sorry, just so we're all sort of understanding what that is in the map. Any other discussion on that? Yeah, so I had Councillor Braithwaite, then I had Councillor Smart.
Thanks, Mayor, and I cannot support that. When I look at the map, that's adding in a huge amount that I don't think the the public would like to add in, especially around the, just off the Foul Bay Road and along Musgrave and around the village. So I cannot support adding those townhouses in at this time. Thank you. I think that what I would say is that if someone in those areas wanted in the future to have a townhouse, they could always come to council and ask for a variance or something like that to be able to build a townhouse in those areas.
Thank you, Councillor Braithwaite. Councillor Smart?
Thank you. Yeah, the reason I'm supporting this is partly because townhouses are already allowed in all of these areas, but what this does is it sends a message really around where we would prefer to see townhouses in more walkable areas as our community grows. And what we've seen is some townhouse projects popping up in really inappropriate areas where they're like interrupting the fabric. And I feel like it's really important for us to go forward with sort of a clearer sense of direction of where we would more likely like to see these. And it doesn't mean that a neighborhood has to transform from single family houses to townhouses, but it's giving some direction as to where we would like to see this much needed typology.
Councillor Green?
Thank you. Thank you. I won't support this tonight. I think it requires further discussion and consideration. And a lot of these neighborhoods are established streets, established neighborhoods. Some have heritage homes sprinkled throughout them. So I would not support it at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just speak very, very briefly on this. I am speaking in opposition to it. I think it's obvious that I think that there's a more limited approach to this is beneficial. That being said, I do think that townhome form is incredibly welcome in the community. However, what we're talking about here is we have, was pointed out, there's sort of quasi townhomes, which are the fourplexes showing up in mid-block. And that form is one form. That what we're talking about is something that's 50% larger than that. And quite intentionally, that is more of a row house style that is custom built to face the street. And I think, to my mind, those are best suited towards areas that we are directing some of those types of forms. I actually believe that in the long run, there may be some of these streets would benefit from that as an option. I don't think, given the impact of those, is appropriate, especially given the heritage nature of many of the houses in some of these streets, that assigning it at this point is necessary. And I think it would, unless till we sort out some of those other pieces. My comfort here is that we direct it a bit more in the areas that we want to see that mid-density development that's still in keeping with the community. So I do reflect that it is highly sought after, highly appreciated, but I also think that it can be done in sort of a third of the areas. It doesn't have to be done in all of the ones that are proposed here. So that's where I'm at with this. Seeing any other discussion? Councillor Watson?
I think I'm going to support the motion. Even if we just consider Henderson facing Carnarvon Park, to actually remove that as a possibility there seems just so counterproductive to me. It's a place that's already in change. It's open to that change. Those affected by the change are fewer, which seems to be such a major consideration. Nobody wants to be affected by the change. And so we should give it a try. I just think that it is helpful to send signals and to support the form. And it's not to say that everybody will take it up. They won't. But to not allow it at all is unfortunate.
Thank you. So the motion on the floor right now is to add all of the unincluded version areas to the map, back to the map. So I appreciate the motion being made. I think it's good for us to discuss this. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And are those opposed? I have Councillor Green, Patterson, Braithwaite, and myself opposed. That does not pass. We move to the area of commercial centers. So the first area of this is just there's consideration of expansion of the commercial centers. And so the first motion of this is to not expand the boundaries of the existing commercial center. So these are both neighborhood and basically it's the neighborhood centers, not the, maybe that's for clarification. Existing, I think, neighborhood commercial centers, just so we're absolutely clear, we're not talking about Oak Bay Avenue. which does include some expansion, and we'll deal with that with a separate motion. So the motion is there. Councillor Appleton?
Thank you, Your Worship. So continue my objection to the process because this is going to be relevant to the Cedar Hill Crossroad Commercial Center, which I support. But of course, the process is not, in my view, the proper one. But I will make a specific reference to point A as far as expanding boundaries of existing commercial centers. I will point out that in the feedback report, 72% of people who responded with respect to neighborhood villages wanted to see expansion of neighborhood villages to provide more amenities.
Thank you. Sorry? I didn't hear, so what was the? There's a noise outside that's. Okay, I sorry, I didn't hear. I was obviously not paying attention to background noise. Other discussion on this item? Councillor Smart?
Yeah, I think this is particularly important as we're growing the community, that we continue to grow our village centers, and particularly when we look at some of the risks of our neighboring municipalities growing their village centers and losing our vibrant economy locally. So I think this is really important at the OCP level. It would still, of course, doesn't mean we're going to be zoning for it. It doesn't mean we still don't have a rezoning process, and especially having those different levels of being able to review it further on, but to be able to not have it be an OCP amendment shows our support for someone even entertaining coming forward with a proposal.
I appreciate that comment. Go ahead, Councillor Watson.
And yeah, I'd just like to piggyback on to those remarks, because I think that we can't just be a residential community. We need these services. We need these things that activate the space. We need places that people go and are served to do things. And if we are looking at 3,700 additional units over 20 years, which is what we've been asked to achieve, we can't not expand the boundaries of these centers to include more functions and purpose and life and economy and bolster the economy. So I just think that this is again kind of cutting off our nose. So I can't support a.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. Councillor Green?
Thank you, and I really appreciate this particular item because, in fact, what's happening in our village centers now is that buildings are being bought up by large investors and they're forcing out small businesses. So I think we do have a problem, and I think until we can address some of that in concert with our BIA, Business Improvement Association partners, in concert with the Tourism Committee, where this has also arisen as a real issue, I agree with this particular clause. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I support this, and the reason that I support it is what I heard from most of the public is they want more variety of commercial. They didn't necessarily want more commercial spaces. They just wanted different commercial than some of what we had, because they think it's becoming stagnant. And I don't read this as we are going to forever not expand boundaries. It is just at this point in time. And I will say that I listened to this expansion of boundaries when the Bowker went up, and the commercial was expanded there, and the corner unit was granted some public space to animate the corner. It has not achieved any animation of the corner whatsoever. In fact, it's a no man's land still at the corner, and the commercial's not doing a lot to animate any public there. So, I mean, it is purpose driven, and that's why people go there. But I don't read into this that we are never going to expand the boundaries. I just, at this stage, we are not expanding boundaries of what is going in here. So it is at this phase of doing it, it's not expanding the boundaries. Thank you.
Thank you. And as the mover of this, I'll just speak very briefly to it. Sorry, Councillor Smart, have you spoken to it already? Okay, I'll just speak very quickly. This is one I have mixed feelings about. I do obviously support the new one at the corner of Cedar Hill. this is really driven by the land use map itself, which is sort of, I do think this has been a primary focus of this OCP has been housing. We've talked to the community mostly about housing. I'm not sure that we've really had a chance, and we do have a village area planning process coming up, to have a broader conversation about where do we actually want to focus our expansion and consideration of neighborhood commercial. And I think it's really an important discussion. But I do think like there are aspects of this where I look around where they've been added in. Again, we're talking about 3-4 story buildings for these buildings, and they're directly adjacent to and kind of crossing the street into side streets and so forth. And I think that just deserves a better conversation before we start drawing, circles on maps about where we might want to expand it. So I hear the comments made, and I'm actually, I'm almost convinced that we may just want to leave them as they are, and given it is kind of give some framework, but I'm also, the rationale for this in the first place was really just to allow that process to happen and really assign those as places that we want to see expansion. Please go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Thank you. I just wanted to bring up again the lifespan of a building and the longer we wait to potentially add this vision in, which, realistically might be another 5 years, or I don't know, a whole OCP amendment process after the urban village planning when we're maybe not on council anymore. But you build a building and it's not easy to renovate a building for commercial later. It's near impossible. And so I just see if we don't vision this now and at least give people the heads up to even just rough in and build the building construction that is required for commercial grade, we're going to end up without the possibility because now there's a new building there and it's going to be there for 50 or 75 years and it doesn't have commercial in it and we're not going to take it down. So I think we have to envision these things.
I don't see any other hands. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor and those opposed? Watson, Appleton, and Smart opposed. That carries. Add new neighborhood commercial center at the corner of Cedar Hill Crossroad and Henderson Road as included in the report. So this is no change from what's presented in the report. Any other discussion on that? Councillor Appleton?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just going to underscore my absolute support for this neighborhood commercial center. Folks in North Henderson have been asking this for some time, and this is an area desperately in need of amenities. It's too bad that it is contained within this particular motion. So we'll unfortunately have to vote against, but that's not reflective of how I actually feel about it.
Thank you, Councillor Appleton. Councillor Smart.
Yeah, thank you. I'll also be voting against more procedurally, but also just due to like some of the transition things that will be occurring now that we have townhouses next to this center. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for that. Seeing no other discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And any opposed? Councillor Watson, Appleton, and Smart opposed. This one was really just for consideration of council to give direction on the zoning of those, maybe better considered as part of the zoning discussion later. But it's in here, so we'll have a thing. If people feel we should just not have the conversation about height in neighborhood villages at this time, it's probably appropriate. I think we've had mostly about OCP guidelines at this point in the zoning. So yeah, maybe if I can get a motion to just yeah, just to remove that, I'm happy to support that.
So moved, Your Worship.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. As every, well, I'll call it. Any discussion on removing of that? I'll call the question. Oh, go ahead, Braithwaite.
Just to clarify, you're saying that we're going to discuss that then under the zoning?
I think it could be a motion that comes up, right? It could be a motion arising. It's not listed anywhere, but I think it's if we're going to have that discussion, it shouldn't be here. I think we're really talking about land use planning on the map. And that's on me for that. So motion is just to remove that this time. And all those in favor? Any opposed? I put in favor of removal of item C. Yeah, here. Any opposed? Okay, that carries with no one opposed. And then D was again consideration at this point because we haven't had this conversation. We've been talking entirely about housing, but we've also seen a real lack of space for second story commercial space in the community. So for consideration of this body, how do people feel about as we talked here really entirely about residential housing as part of the problem of the focus is not considering that. So just this would be more direction back to staff to consider that piece of it. But Councillor Smart.
Thank you. Just a clarification. I'm assuming that this includes service uses such as doctor's offices and,
Yeah.
and such. So this is something I'm very passionate about and will support.
Okay. I appreciate this is maybe a little bit out of the sync of the land use map that we have going on here in attachment A. Again, I'm just procedurally here may want to just separate this out from just as we did with the height limit. So maybe I'll just actually have a motion to remove this, and we'll have it as a motion arising under the zoning portion. Is probably the best place for it. So moved, seconded. Okay, all those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. So hopefully it'll come back for discussion on that. Councillor Smart, you had a suggestion that we.
Did you not move that down to the section?
Yeah, so what I was going to suggest is that Councillor Smart, you had flagged that perhaps we just want to make sure that for clarity, the buildings that are flagged as Oak Bay Village in the attachment A should remain as is in the attachment A.
Not necessarily, maybe actually the opposite, just from the point of view of not down zoning, particularly as we go down Foul Bay Road, there was a section that was larger in the village, and it's actually been reduced because it was taken up with multifamily residential. But since that wasn't one of the areas that was put forward with your motion, I suppose it could just be left as is. If that, I was just trying to understand. I'm not sure why staff decided to reduce the area of the village and make it into props, because there is an existing multifamily building there.
Yeah, maybe there's an answer for that from staff. Sorry. So this is the small stretch of backing on facing Chaucer, backing onto Oak Bay Avenue. There's actually, I think, 7 single family homes there. And so the previous attachment A had it as multifamily, which is what I originally had in my motion, but then I realized that, as pointed out by Councillor Smart, that it's been changed in the new plan to be part of the village as a whole, which is actually consistent with the other buildings along that stretch. So I'm assuming that's the rationale is just the balance of Chaucer shares that designation. Is that accurate, Mr. Bull?
Yes, and I think that's a very good rationale, and I think we did change that. I'm just seeking confirmation from my colleagues if there was an additional rationale, but that would be my explanation too.
Okay. So really, to this body, do we wish to see that as multifamily or as part of the village? I think I would probably take staff's recommendation on that one and just have Oak Bay Avenue reflect the current attachment A guidelines. It's a minor piece one way or the other, but just give some clarity as to what we want. Councillor Smart?
The area that I was actually confused about was south of Oak Bay Avenue, where in the newer attachment A, there are, potentially 3 blocks worth of multifamily residential, some of which in the 2014 plan are actually in Oak Bay Village. And so I just see a gap there. So I could put forward a motion after this one, just with regards to adding in some multifamily in that area.
Councillor Appleton, microphones are helpful. Yeah, I mean, I'll just take from council's perspective, I think there's the red lined pieces or the outlined, which is the actual avenue, Oak Bay Village designated space in the plan. Maybe we deal with that first, which is just to make sure that we're aligning that we support the Oak Bay Village layout as put forward in attachment A. Does that help? Okay. Just so that we're all clear. Okay. So I'm going to take a motion, nation name movers. So I'll take the motion as I understand it to include the Oak Bay Avenue Village zone as currently laid out in attachment A. So that's the moved and seconded. Okay. This essentially just reaffirms what is in the staff and the attachment A piece at this time. Councillor Braithwaite.
Sorry, so that's only including the Oak Bay Village area, that's not including what is on attachment A currently as multi-unit residential, correct?
That is correct. So we're talking about the part that is actually shown as Oak Bay Village space, which is, to my eyes, a red color. So basically just affirming what's there. I think it's a bit confusing just because it changed slightly from the last version to this version from multifamily to village, but. So that will all be village as laid out in attachment A. That's the motion on the floor. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Not opposed. So that is included. And then there was a, so that strikes the C from above, which is the single family homes from multifamily to be part of that. So that's the sum total. So Councillor Smart, you indicate you might wish to make a motion to add an additional space.
Yeah, I'll just make a motion to add multifamily residential along Fowl Bay, south of Oak Bay Avenue.
So this is the as shown in attachment A. So not forever, but in that section. Yep. Thank you for that clarification. So the motion, okay, is just for clarification, the motion is to, on attachment A, south of Oak Bay Avenue, there is a stretch along Fowl Bay on both the east and the west side that extends south, that is highlighted for multifamily. And I'm assuming that boundary of that is then the road behind, correct? Or is it all of the multifamily extending along Granite Street?
The motion is just with regards to, I guess, because of the shape of the road, both sides of Fowl Bay, but
Okay.
just touching Fowl Bay.
Okay, the parcels facing Fowl Bay Road. Okay. Moved and seconded. Is there a seconder for that? Okay. Councillor Smart, you want to motivate on that, and I'll go to Councillor Green.
Yeah, thank you. I don't think this will pick up all the sort of in-between pieces that we're kind of discovering as we're going through this process, but I don't wish to particularly to downzone existing properties. And part of this would clean that up as well as just add more opportunities for multifamily residential housing, seeing that the current proposal, I think, is going to be very challenged to meet the housing counts that we're looking for.
Sure, and I think just for clarification of what it is that we're talking about here, there's different aspects of attached. One is in the 2014 OCP, there is part of the Oak Bay Village. There's the red kind of extends south, and that's actually multifamily. It's not commercial, and so this has shifted that to reflect it as actually multifamily. So that's existing. That goes up as far as Granite. But the motion is, I guess, probably two parts. One is just reflecting that reality, and then there's a second part which is extending it beyond that further south. Is that correct? For just ease of conversation, I'm going to separate those two pieces just so that we're actually totally clear about what we're talking about, which is to reflect the multifamily. Want to bring it up on screen? Okay, might as well. So I'm going to suggest sort of two, I mean, for staff's clarification, the existing multifamily that is there, does that require a motion to continue that as multifamily? It's essentially just moving it out of the Oak Bay Village into a multifamily as per this thing. I think we probably need to be explicit about that to just reflect. Basically, I think there's two aspects of this. One is the reflection of existing OCP and things is north of Granite, and then there is the question south of Granite, which is the net new. So perhaps I'll just for clarification, I'll separate those two pieces just so that one is reflecting the existing and one is adding the net new Councillor
I
Smart.
don't feel a need to separate them, but
Councillor Green?
Yes, I have a question through you, Mayor, to staff, I guess. Net new south of Granite, is that, could you clarify between streets, or I know where Granite ends, but where,
Yeah, sure. So I think the motion I heard on the floor was that the properties immediately south of Oak Bay Avenue facing Foul Bay Road.
and how far along does that go beyond Granite?
As shown in the attachment A. So it goes past Granite, past Brighton, and extends just south of Brighton on the west side, but is excluded on the east side of that.
Okay, I'll have a comment in a minute. Thank you.
Okay. I am just gonna just so we're just clear, because one is really a housekeeping piece to make sure that we're reflecting what is reflected in this piece, which is a shift of from the village into multifamily, which is reflecting the actual use of it. So I think there's that piece, and then there's the question of, do we extend the multifamily down the street, which I think is more of a policy question than a reflection. So I'm gonna just ask to call the question on the first part, which is to reflect the zoning as laid out in attachment A, between Granite and Oak Bay Avenue, facing Foul Bay Road. Yep, go ahead.
Is that not already what was put forward in the 2014 OCP?
Yes, so the 2014 OCP has it as part of Oak Bay Village, and then the update changes it to be to reflect that it's actually a multifamily zone, not a part of the village. So the piece of the parcel of this particular, sorry, everybody's a bit tired right now. If you just think looking north from Granite at Foul Bay Road, there is a multifamily, there's an apartment building there. And basically this just shifts it from being part of the village to being part of the multifamily zone. And that's the recommendation. That's part of this zoning map that's in front of us. So the first part of this motion is just to agree with this part north of Granite, that is the multifamily is accurately reflected. It's really just reflecting what's there right now. I think that's we want to make sure we can rubber stamp this one. So I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. Then we have the second part of the piece, which I think is more the policy addition piece. Councillor Smart was to extend that to multifamily south from Granite, just past Brighton on the west side, and to Brighton on the other side. Yes, go ahead, Councillor Green.
Yeah, I have a concern about the extension, given that we had some fairly impassioned email today about the future of Foul Bay Road, that section going along. As well, there is another proposal for the corner of Brighton and Foul Bay, which could be quite extensive, that development. So I'm not comfortable with extending this beyond Granite at this time. And there is quite a significant tree canopy between the end of Granite and Brighton going south on both sides of the road, on Foul Bay Road. So yeah, I have some concerns about it, so I will not be supporting the second part of the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Other discussion, Councillor Braithwaite?
Yeah, I would agree with Councillor Green's comments, and so I can't support this portion of it either.
Anything, Councillor Smart, to your motion? Don't really give it a lot of chance to motivate with the sort of separating of the two pieces.
yeah, I don't know if I have anything new to add. I just would like to see, I was really disappointed even before we started blank slating staff's proposal. I was really disappointed to see what the potential uptake was in multifamily, considering how requested it has been from a lot of people wanting to downsize from a single family house and stay in the community and age in our community. And so we've taken so much of it out of our plan. And I do think Foul Bay is a potential place to add it back in.
Thank you for that. Any other discussion? I will call the question on this. All those in favor? Those opposed? Green, Patterson, Braithwaite, and myself opposed. I kind of might make a suggestion that perhaps anyway, I'll leave that alone. That concludes this section for 4.2. Is there anything else that people wish to put forward as a amendment motions on this, on these pieces? So this is adjustments to the land use map from where we are right now. Councillor Appleton?
Nothing to add, your worship. I'll just make the note that, again, reiterating my, my resistance to the additive process and calling for additions or modifications to the map at 11:45 at night after an extension is not the best time to be making decisions on a 20-year land use plan. So thank you, your worship.
Thank you, Councillor
Point
Appleton.
point of order, please. This was procedurally approved by
You
staff.
can speak it through to me.
This was procedurally approved by staff. And so I'm concerned about the implication with certain comments around the table that this is not procedurally correct and that what we've done here tonight is not procedurally correct.
Thank you.
And I'm challenging that. Thank
Yeah,
you.
I appreciate that piece of it. I do give leeway here. I think that this is challenging. And you know, I tried to make the case when this was before us before that we should do some parsing down to what we wanted and take that to the public, and we didn't have that conversation. So we're here now, and this is a way of getting it moving forward. So I'm going to call the question here in a second, but I have Councillor Smart before I do.
Just procedurally, I have another amendment with regards to adding things to the development permit area, and I'm wondering if, because we're essentially voting on the main motion here, if I should add that amendment to your amendment. I'm just wanting to know procedurally how to do that, because I don't really know that it's a motion arising. Maybe it is. Maybe it's a motion arising after. Okay.
I think
Okay.
right now, I think this concludes the Appendix A modifications, the motion we have in front of us, and we removed a couple that didn't actually relate to the Attachment A. So at this point, we've had a series of motions to amend Attachment A. We have a completed piece here, which includes most, but not the Chaucer and Oak Bay Avenue that was dealt with through things. Not corner lots, not height limitations, and not commercial space above retail. So I think those are the areas that we still have things to talk to. But that's, so the motion on the floor right now is really just this piece, the changes to the housing and commercial space as laid out by a series of motions. So at this point, I think I'm ready to call the question on the amendment overall. So this is a sum total of all these things pieced together, and if people feel comfortable with the totality, then please vote in favor. If you do not, please do not vote in favor. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? Councillor Smart, Watson, and Appleton opposed. That does carry. We move then to item 4.3, which is a zoning bylaw update and some next steps. Mr. Boole, we've had a lot of pieces in here. I think Councillor Smart.
I do have some motions arising related to the OCP.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. The OCP bylaw, sure, go ahead.
Thank you.
Actually, second, just for my clarification, are they, because my understanding was 4.2 is really the land use piece of it, and then the zoning bylaw and other pieces for for the prioritization pieces might be part of 4.3. So I anticipated most of the motions arising coming under 4.3. So maybe just let me know what it is that you wanted to speak.
Well, often the development permit areas are sort of part of the OCP, so perhaps a question for staff.
Sure.
If I'm going to provide amendments to the development permit areas, whether it's more appropriate to do now.
Let's ask the question. Mr. Boole, if there's motions arising, giving some direction on development permit areas, would you prefer that happen now as part of the 4.2, which is related to the OCP bylaw amendment related to land use framework, or to 4.3, which is the zoning bylaw amendment? I just need to know where I should take the motion arising.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it should be part of this agenda item. There's already a recommendation, I think, carried about the development permit areas aligned with attachment E. So if there's any further direction, would be good to know. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. So with that, Councillor Smart, please go ahead.
Thank you. Well, I am not loving getting into the weeds on a night where we're really talking about big concept. Staff did mention that this is the time that they would like to hear this. So I just wanted to be clear about some direction on this tonight. So my motion is that staff revise the development permit area guidelines to consider not locating utility infrastructure on the front facades where feasible. 2, balancing large front setbacks with allowing for courtyard-style buildings. 3, encouraging garbage and recycling rooms in underground parking where feasible. And 4, encourage community connection with the street through balconies, patios, and work-live units where zoning permits.
I'm just gonna ask, so just, and I have no objection, I think that's an order, I think it's there. Can we just talk to the DPA where that is in the agenda, like in the report? Do you have a page number, just so we can all kind of turn to it and have some context for it?
Well, I'd love to say I was that organized this weekend while I spent like 36 hours reading this.
Oh, I know, that's too much.
I read over a few different aspects of the development permit guidelines, but
I
I
might turn to
apologize,
staff
I
then.
did
No,
not.
no, it's okay. I'll turn to staff and see if they have it there, just so it might just speed us up to kind of have a look at the pieces.
Thank you, Mayor. This is in the attachments. Which attachment is this? In attachment E, there was a section 6, proposed development permit area changes. Would be good to understand for this, which particular development permit area this would apply. But infill is on page 59 of that attachment. And the multi-unit residential development permit area starts on page 61 of that attachment. Thank you.
Well, I'll just ask the question up front. Which of these are you looking for this to the DPAs that your changes to apply to?
Yeah, and I was trying to keep it simple by keeping it to one motion, mostly for multifamily residential, but I do think that the one with regards to the location of utility infrastructure would apply to both. Particularly, we have seen some of our new infill housing come up, particularly with utilities directly on the front facade where it is often feasible to put them at the side of a building. And I just think with the what we've been hearing from the community around streetscapes, beautification, and I know it will help that we're asking people to address the street, but I just think this is one more level that the community would really appreciate, especially when we have, let's say, a fourplex of not having a front facade covered in utility boxes.
Can we have a motion? I mean, we don't have it in front of us, so if we could have it read again, because
100%. Yeah, I was just gonna ask for that. I just wanted to make sure people had a chance to look at bring it up in front of them so they had some context for this as part of it. Councillor Smart, would you please reread your motion so we have it?
That staff revise the DPA guidelines to consider: 1, not locating utility infrastructure on front facades where feasible. 2, balancing large front setbacks with allowing for courtyard-style buildings. 3, encouraging garbage and recycling rooms in underground parking where feasible. 4, encourage community connection to the street through balconies, patios, and work-live units where zoning permits.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Moved and seconded. Just gonna turn to staff first, just to make sure. I think, to my mind, that those changes are in order to be added to the items to be contemplated as part of the DPA. I understand these are advisory, not mandatory, so these are just pieces that would be added to that. So I think the motion is in order. It's moved and seconded. I think it's reasonably straightforward, Councillor Smart, but I think you probably want to just speak to it briefly.
I won't take very much time, but I just think these could be elements that could really enhance our streetscapes, particularly with I think the first one is very straightforward with regards to the utilities. The second one with regards to, there's a particular design guideline around large front setbacks, and thinking particularly, although it may not apply as much anymore with how much multifamily residential we've taken out of the OCP, but when I think of, for instance, Cook Street Village between Fort Street and Fairfield, and how far back the multifamily is from the street, and the lack of engagement that the housing has with the street. I just think when I think about if we do end up having, it's going to apply to townhouses or multifamily, like along a street like Fowl Bay, I'd like to see the opportunity for us to really look at innovative typologies, particularly thinking about often when co-op housing is designed with a courtyard feel for community gathering. If we have a design guideline that clearly says it's all about putting a lot of greenery in the front yard. It doesn't give us the flexibility of some of these more innovative, community-oriented housing types. With regards to the garbage and recycling rooms and underground parking, it isn't always possible, and it's more expensive for a developer to do this because they have to get a garbage service where they have a smaller truck go in to get the bins. But it would really help with the residents not liking bins sitting around all the time. It creates a nicer experience in a community that is impacted by multifamily. And the encouraging community connection piece, while I really appreciated all the details and the guidelines, I just really wanted to make sure that we were highlighting how much interaction we would like between new buildings that are being designed and the street, for the eyes on the street, for the safety, through the interaction between people having balconies and patios, and just creating that sense of community. I just thought that that was missing a bit from the guidelines.
Thank you, Councillor Smart. Any other discussion on this? Go ahead, Councillor Watson.
Yes, I'm happy to support all of those suggestions, and I would just reiterate the advisory design panel, when it saw the DPs, specifically asked for more guidance. They wanted more specificity because they said it really does help. And I see these as examples of that. And based on a discussion that we just heard like just over a week ago about this, I think it's really consistent with what the architects and designers themselves are asking for.
Thank you, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm happy to support 3 of these. The one that I'm struggling with is the balance the large to get less of a setback, because I feel personally that when buildings are closer to the street, then it seems that they're looming on the street, and I would prefer to actually see a bit of a setback. And I'll use the Bowker as an example. I find that really looms over the street, and there's no, when you look at everything around it contextually, there's much greater setbacks, and some of them are very large, and I don't think they should be that large, but I would like to see some sort of a setback. So if we could take that one out and vote on it separately, I'd love to support the other 3.
Sure, thank you. I'm happy to do that, no problem. So don't see any other discussion. I'll just speak very briefly in support. I think those all have context, and I am supportive of the setback. I do think setbacks are important, but I also appreciate there are some cases where you might have an innovative design that allows for that kind of courtyard piece that would mitigate the impact So I think those kind of contextual pieces are welcome, and but I will separate them. So the 3 that are not related to setbacks, I'm going to call the question on. All those in favor? Any opposed? Unopposed? And then on the question, do you want to just read aloud the motion on the exact wording on the setback sorry.
Not a problem. Just finding balancing large front setbacks with allowing for courtyard style buildings. So it was not about, it was just allowing for staff to have some discretion about.
I don't know the motivation. I just wanted that's more of the language. So balancing is the key word there. Okay, thank you. So that's the motion on the floor right now. Seeing no other hands, all those in favor and those opposed. Councillor Braithwaite and Patterson opposed. Very good. Do you have something else, Councillor Smart, or was that the extent of it?
I think that's it for this section. Thanks.
All right. It was a long night. Okay, moving to 4.3, the last section. And good for you, for those in the audience sticking around for these pieces. It is a lot of work. Yeah, we're going to have to extend the meeting again for probably another 45 minutes to get through this. I'm sorry, everyone.
I'll extend the meeting to 11:45.
Your seconder? All those in favor? All opposed, unopposed. We go to 4.3 zoning bylaw update, next steps. Mr. Bull, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll keep it fairly short and focus on the recommendations in the report, and I'll just touch base on them given the time of day. The first one is a recommendation to pre-zone certain sites, but only those sites that are currently designated multi-unit residential and mixed use in the existing 2014 OCP. There's a map attached to the report, attachment 1. That's basically the village area and a few other sites throughout the district. That is our recommendation, was in conjunction with the previous report, of course, so might need further consideration. The second recommendation is regarding tools for affordable housing, to bring forward amendments to the zoning bylaw that include inclusionary zoning requirements for townhouse and apartment housing zones up to 4 stories. So that's specifically about the inclusion of inclusionary zoning, not the bonus density approach, which received a lot of criticism and questions. But inclusionary zoning is not the same mechanism, but could still offer affordable options as part of new development. The third recommendation, it talks about written notification. That gives me an opportunity to clarify that we are not intending to give any further individual notifications for OCP changes based on the process followed. For the zoning bylaw, it's a bit different because we feel more strongly that any zoning changes should have notification to individual properties, as that hasn't been done yet. And that's a more substantial change, because if the zoning bylaw, which immediately changed the current land use, and that is very relevant for any owner compared to the OCP, that's for future land use. It's not necessarily zoned right away. Then the fourth recommendation, that is about Cedar Hill Corners. It's a wordy recommendation. It talks about a project options analysis. And this is because even though in the official community plan in the previous report, we did include policies for Cedar Hill Corners specifically, at the staff level, we're not recommending to pre-zone that right away, but do more work first. And this motion spells out what kind of work would need to be done. And we recommend to make that part of the Council Priorities Project consideration later this month. For 3 elements, prioritize collaboration with the university on the development of a master plan for that site. Secondly, to look into options for zoning amendment bylaw for perhaps interim zoning on that land for a new mixed-use neighborhood center. And thirdly, to explore the requirements related to infrastructure and amenities servicing. And then the next recommendation is specifically to follow up on a number of new tools that municipalities have, and that tie directly into infrastructure and servicing. And it talks about establishing a servicing officer role for the district. And that's part and parcel to those new tools. And then finally, the topic of home-based businesses, staff is recommending, because it's not that essential to meeting the housing requirements this year, that be deferred to 2026. Thank you, Mayor.
Still a lot. So to this body, I'm probably going to recommend that we treat these in order. So why don't we do that? Can I have someone move that council that they to draft a zoning bylaw amendment to pre-zone? Oh, sorry. Yes, we can do questions. My apologies. Please go ahead, Councillor Smart, if you have questions.
Oh, thank you. I do have some questions. My first question through you, Mayor, to staff is on page 746, it states in the staff's recommended option 1 that has now been changed, that even with the option 1 we had before, that we're unlikely to meet our 20-year housing needs. How are we going to reconcile this in a way to not be vulnerable to provincial directives?
Mr. Bull?
Thank you, Mayor. It's twofold. The capacity of the zoning bylaw is sufficient, does meet the provincial requirements. And it's really the build out, what the anticipated result might be in the shorter run. That's where it's a partial build out, so to say, of the 20-year housing need. But that's why there's a number of other things that we feel first need to be researched and further investigated, because it does, let me see, the current zoning bylaw has an anticipated build out of 1,606 net new units. And that would carry us for the first 8 to 10 years or next 5 years, definitely, of housing needs, definitely meets the 1,215 that was calculated based on the provincial methodology. But yes, beyond that, there's additional capacity needed in the zoning bylaw, and the sooner we can get clarity on that, the better it is for that future build out. But it also needs to be prepared more carefully. Thank you.
Councillor Smart?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Director Bull, so does that mean that staff will be updating the projected unit build out based on the OCP that was just passed?
Mr. Bull?
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, yes, we intend to take what the map that you just have provided direction on. So we need to compile that map and run it through the model so we are able, not next week Monday likely, but probably after that. We'll try for next week Monday, but to get some insight on, let me see, capacity though. So for the OCP, we would calculate capacity. What we haven't heard from you yet is if you intend to also pre-zone those particular areas. So that's probably one of the questions we still need to answers to today if we can. Thank you.
Thank you. And the question of pre-zoning, I think, is a pretty important one that we probably need to spend some time on because there's significant impacts of that. Councillor Smart, do you have another question?
Yes, thank you, to Mayor Mr. Bull. So the community feedback we had in the spring was to concentrate our growth in urban village areas, but this pre-zoning approach appears to align more with providing infill housing, which is what our community has been speaking out most against lately. And so I'm just wondering if staff can just speak more to the current direction for pre-zoning based on the desire from our community to have townhouses and condominiums, but the projected uptake of that is quite small.
Mr. Bull? A bit of a
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, this is not, this is a start or a part of what needs to happen. And we think for this year, it would meet those requirements. But yes, in our report, we focused on previously designated lands because our infrastructure and financial planning has been anticipating those lands for the last 10, 12 years. However, it's not in itself sufficient. So that's why Cedar Hill Corners, we're recommending further work and expedite that. And then adding more townhouse and multi-unit housing options in existing neighborhoods can still be explored, especially when we get more information about infrastructure and facilities capacity and planning for that. So we think that based on that further information, there's an opportunity to look into that further. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bull. Anything else, Councillor Smart?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mayor, a couple more questions to staff. So one of them was just, it wasn't clear to me if we were still with the scheme, and maybe it doesn't matter anymore now that the OCP is different, but I was just concerned about whether we were still carrying on with the protecting our existing rental housing by not upzoning our rental housing. And it just wasn't clear to me in this next rendition or what we've ended up with today. I'm pretty certain now with what we passed, we probably didn't upzone any of our existing rental, but if you could just confirm, that would be great. Thank you.
To staff, is there any changes to the existing rental buildings? There.
I'll start an answer, but our consultants might have more details on what is under preparation for the zoning bylaw. We wouldn't have active rental protection just yet because there are some questions about how to do that best and where it is appropriate or not. That said, there is viability for new rental housing projects as is demonstrated throughout the region. So that was our kind of approach. I'm not sure if Mr. Bowers or Ms. Elmore has anything to add there, but thank you.
Mr. Bowers? Or yeah, Ms. Elmore, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, I believe the question has to do with how the preferred option might treat existing purpose-built rental sites. And unlike the option that was presented to council in September, this current preferred option would upzone existing rental sites with no protection on the rental tenure. I hope that helps. Thank you.
Sorry, and Ms. Elmore, just for clarification, you're talking about the pre-zoning would upzone it. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Councillor Smart?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor, to staff. My next question was just with regards to the mention of the stepping back at the 4th floor. And I just wanted to make sure, because I was interested in putting an amendment forward for an alternative option on this, how, when and how to bring that motion forward. And this is just with regards to the new seismic code that makes it incredibly difficult to do a step back at the fourth floor. So I just had another option that I was hoping to add in, and it just wasn't, I guess, could you maybe just clarify where, because I apologize, I wrote down the mention of this in this report, but I wasn't sure where, like, maybe does this go back to the DPA? If you could just refresh my memory. Thank you.
Sure. That over to consultants again? Whether Ms. Elmore or Mr. Bars?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. We would be happy to hear comments on the DPAs that relate to this issue. And we do think there are alternative ways of addressing the neighborliness and form of taller buildings. So happy to hear that suggestion at this point.
Thank you. Being that we're out of questions, I'll save that to an appropriate time. And then my last question was just with regards to institutional properties. And just to clarify again, it sounded like a motion arising would be in order if we were wanting to entertain pre-zoning. So if I could just have clarification on now that we've put forward the OCP, at this point, we haven't yet pre-zoned the two requests that UVic had with regards not only to the Cedar Hill site, but also the other extended area of UVic where they were asking for some other zoning. And I'm just curious why this is no longer a recommendation, and if staff could just elaborate on if there's a consequence that I'm not aware of potentially putting a motion forward to go ahead with what seemed very much supported in the engagement sessions around this request for rezoning. Thank you.
Sure. Over to you, Mr. Green. And we do have some recommended motion later for directing some work on the Cedar Hill corner, but specifically to the community institution. Let's talk to that, Mr. Green.
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Smart. Yes, that is certainly an option for council if council wanted to pre-zone the institutional part of UVic, i.e. the knowledge centre campus lands, then that could be an option to essentially to be similar to what council did recently with the Camosun College lands.
Okay, thank you. Just for our clarification, that would not require an OCP change, it would be a zoning amendment, is that correct?
Correct, yes, that would be amending the P1 zone in relation to UVic to allow a 6-storey form, correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, other questions on item, the first item, which is the for around pre-zoning? Yeah, Councillor Watson. It was an
Yeah,
excited hand.
thank you. It was. I just wanted to ask staff, because again, of course, the map that's in front of us in November is very different from the one that we last saw. And I just wanted to understand, to what extent does the proposed or pre-zoning that we're looking now on attachment and Roman numeral I, one, I guess, Roman numeral 1, to what extent does it actually simply mimic the existing form and use in these areas?
Hand that over to staff, but it is some of that is already existing, but some of it is not developed yet. Mr. Green.
So yes, it would essentially on this attachment I, it would pre-zone those both existing multi-unit residential buildings that may not have built out to 6 stories, up to 6 stories. And it would also pre-zone those sites that are currently zoned for R4 or R5 that are currently designated in the 2014 OCP for multi-unit residential. So for example, there are some parcels on Caddy Bay Road, just past Oak Bay High School, that are zoned R5, R4, and essentially we would pre-zone those to a multi-unit residential form, but it was also pre-zoned where you may have a 2 or 3 story rental building or apartment building. They would also be pre-zoned to up to 6 stories under this scenario presented in this preferred option.
Thank you. That's helpful. I would not have known that just from looking at this map. But I do also just want to follow up on that. So just to paraphrase then, or to recap, there is some net increase actually here in what we would achieve by actually implementing zoning maps for an OCP that was adopted 11 years ago.
That is correct.
Yes, that is correct.
And a follow-up question, to what extent or how does this actually affect or overlap with CD zoned parcels? Of which there are a few, certainly on Oak Bay.
For the record, for people watching, that's a comprehensive development zone that have been, the staff, do those impact the CD zones?
Correct. We only have a few CD zones in our zoning bylaw, but I know there is obviously one CD, the Bowker collection obviously is a CD zone. It is identified in this map as a potential pre-zoning area. There may be a couple of other CD zones that may need to be looked at to determine the difference between what that CD zone allows and what a multi-unit residential zone could allow.
So the intent in doing this was not to mess up the existing provisions that have been granted under those CD approvals.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Thank you. I just wanted to check. And I have one other question. Or are we just looking at attachment one right now? Maybe my question was something.
I think we're really just looking at anything related to, it's attachment I.
Attachment
under
I,
report,
sorry.
And this is really related to pre-zoning.
Okay, so I can leave my inclusionary zoning questions for later?
You can ask them now. if you
Okay,
wish.
I will
I
ask.
just wanted to wait till section 4.3 where it was more appropriate, which is where we are now.
Right, so I just have a question of clarification about the proposal to.
Well, actually, maybe we'll deal with it in section 3 because that's a specific motion. On
Okay, all right,
inclusionary
I'll hold the question. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Don't see other hands. I have just a question procedurally here. It's a late hour. There are significant ramifications of pre-zoning. Obviously, it changes the value of the land potentially quite considerably. And we are just passing an OCP that lays out a large number more lots that we might want to consider as priorities. We've also adapted for that, for example, that area adjacent to the Oak Bay High that was identified as single family that is pre-zoned, but we're contemplating, we're probably expecting to cover all the houses behind it and so forth as well. So just curious if there's like, where are we obligated? I know the province has asked us to pre-zone where possible, but I'm just wondering, is there procedurally, are we able to sort of essentially to have a little bit more of a sort of a breather and a look at where we want to pre-zone? As we kind of go forward, that we could do this maybe in January, that it doesn't have to be attached to this OCP approval this month, I guess is my question. Because it seems like there's a lot of nuance here that we could get into, but we're very tight for time. So are we able, like with the province's ask, are we able to consider this in the new year, Mr. Bull?
Thanks. Yes, as staff, we believe that's the case because the capacity is still in the zoning bylaw. And the current anticipated build out at 1,606 units, even though it's not for the full 20 years, it does exceed the 1,215 initial housing needs. And in the previous report, you directed to undertake a servicing study, and part of that is also relevant for pre-zoning. So the council has definitely the option to wait for those results and then further revisit further additional or any changes or pre-zoning on top of the current zoning bylaw. Thank you.
Okay, I'm putting it out there because I just think there is a lot here to consider, and it may be worth us just essentially asking that this be picked up in the early part of the new year, as a bit more of a comprehensive look at it than just pre-zoning it what exists currently. I appreciate it affects the infrastructure piece, but I think there's a broader sort of where we want to prioritize land use. So I don't know where council's fitting on that one, but.
Mayor, so you're suggesting then that this whole section on 4.3 could wait to a different, we wouldn't have to discuss anything under 4.3?
No, I think just specifically recommendation for the zoning bylaw amendment for pre-zoning would be
Okay.
essentially
Yeah.
deferred till the new year.
So
I think would be probably the motion.
I-
I'm just going to turn to staff on that one to make sure I've got that wording. I always get my referrals and deferrals and so forth mixed up on that one, if that's the will of council. Council, Mr. Bull?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So our recommendation is, and that you could action that, or you could leave that for later. What we had proposed is to work with the current OCP, but there's also now a very different OCP map that we need to compile for you. So you could defer this one or signal that you want to have a wider look at a later date based on the new OCP map. Either way would work. Thank you.
Sorry, Ms. Hunt, did you have your hand up?
Thank you, Your Worship. I was just going to say, would we refer it back to staff to consider other consider pre-zoning options based on the new OCP land use designation once it's approved by council. So in other words, I don't think just postponing this one. I think we need to go back and.
I think that's wise, sure, because there'd be a broader thing. So
I would make that motion.
okay, so the motion would be to refer this matter back to staff for a future report on pre-zoning options. Is that a reasonable language? Moved and seconded. I just want to make sure I've got language that works. So the motion I have on the floor is that we'll refer the issue of pre-zoning back to staff for a report to come back to council after the completion of the approval of the OCP. That's acceptable to staff as the language, okay? So not passed yet, but we have a motion on the floor. So thank you, Councillor Smart, and then Watson.
Yeah, thank you. I guess there's just a couple things on my mind with this motion, and one is that this is an emotional piece for our community, and there's a certain amount of talking about it while it's fresh and not dragging on the uncertainty for too long for our residents. So I guess it's on my mind about how long we might delay the talk, although I really do appreciate making sure we're all not tired when we're doing it. And so I guess I would just like to know, like, is it simply that we might be looking at it next week? And then my other question is, could we have a chance to kind of go around the table to at least give staff the heads up? I kind of had 4 different potential kind of motions arising so that we don't lose track of sort of the work we're in the middle of right now.
Yes. So for answer to your first question, the motion on the floor is to refer it back to staff. We will get a report back, but it'll be after the conclusion of the OCP approval. So we have about 4 weeks of work that we have to get the OCP through. So this would come back at the conclusion of that. So probably it would be in the new year. And I'm going to go turn to Mr. Bull and ask a question or Mr. Green on the timing of this. If this referral back to staff goes forward, we'll be looking at, I'm assuming, at least January. And depending on what staff feel is necessary to kind of put together an appropriate report, maybe a little bit longer than that. If you feel it's worthwhile looking at the infrastructure piece as well. Is that kind of what I heard in those 2 pieces? Mr. Bull,
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think that's the key difference. Earlier, we talked about further analysis and infrastructure work taking a bit more time, but that was also in context of I think, a bigger change on the OCP map. We probably need to look at the current map that was agreed on earlier tonight and see how much work needs to be done for that particular package, and if that could be done expeditiously, but although I definitely not this year, right?
Yeah.
I want to be clear about that, but hopefully in the first part of 2026.
So right now, the motion is to Councillor Smart, to your question. I think it's a bit general, but I think we're definitely after the completion of the OCP, not too long. And I think we're leaving it essentially to staff to determine whether or not they feel if it's quick enough to do with the infrastructure piece, then they would bring that back as part of it. If not, we'll probably have to do it without that infrastructure piece to consider some of the new pieces. Go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. And I guess the 2 things that brings up for me now are just so on one hand, there'll be greater clarity for the public hearing about what the public hearing is really about. And I see that as a positive thing. But then I wonder about the ability and what the public engagement will be, if there is any, around the pre-zoning then. So I just wanted to be transparent about what that means for the community as far as engagement. And I've probably, now that I'm tired, lost my other question, so that, I'll just leave it at that.
Fair question. It's not, is it a question to staff? I'm not really so sure, but it was just more of amusing. Mr. Bull, if you want to make a comment, you're welcome to, but you do not have to.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. No, I would like to comment that that's going to be up to council as part of looking at options, because this carries it beyond the project, the scope of this project. So we can have a fresh look at that future date. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Watson.
I just had a question of clarification. Again, I think I heard, but if you could confirm that putting this off, we'll still be able to meet our requirement for having met the pre-zoned requirements for 20 years just with our SMU zoning? Is that what I heard you say? Like we could do nothing at this, we could pre-zone nothing at this point and we would, nothing additional, and we'd still have met our requirements under the provincial law to get this done by the end of the year?
Yeah, Mr. Bull.
Thank you, Mayor. For you, yes, I confirmed, and we confirmed it in the staff report as well, that the capacity in the OCP and the current zoning bylaw exceed the requirement. Thank you.
I just needed to hear that clearly. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the motion? Oh, Mr. Green.
And just on the previous question in relation to the public input, obviously it is noted in the report that if the two reports are separated and a subsequent zoning bylaw comes back to council with pre-zoning options, council will be prohibited from holding a public hearing on that zoning bylaw, given that it will be consistent with the OCP and include residential development.
Right. So many new rules. Thank you. I'm going to call the question on the motion right now, which is to refer back to staff for a future report. Oh, sorry, Councillor Smart, you wish to.
I just wanted to comment on the motion. I'm a little bit conflicted. I'm just from the point of view of, I do think it's important that we do some pre-zoning so that we can actually get some uptake on some of these new typologies, and the fact that it won't then have the public engagement aspect conflicts me a little bit. And also the putting it off and then it doesn't happen. And I guess things particularly like pre-zoning the UVic lands, I just, and the potential impact it might have on our village planning process if we're just rolling everything down the line. So I'm a little bit conflicted. I'm not sure how I'm going to vote.
Thank you, Councillor Smart. I'm going to go to staff, Mr. Bull, and then to Councillor Patterson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I do want to clarify, and I just confirmed it with Mr. Green as well. Not allowed to having a hearing doesn't mean that you couldn't have a consultation about wider changes in this case, right? We're still talking about community planning. We're not specifically looking at a rezoning application. So that's still an option, but with the caveat that there cannot be a public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Patterson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I feel quite comfortable moving this to a later date because pre-zoning does affect valuations of properties. And so I think that there is a more detailed statement that necessary for anyone that will be in those pre-zoned areas and how it will affect them. And so we have to make sure that our messaging to people is well informed.
Thank you. Motion right now is to refer this. See no other hands. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Not opposed. That carries. We move to council direct staff to bring forward amendments to the zoning bylaw that implement exclusionary zoning requirements for townhouse and apartment housing up to 4 stories. Councillor Watson.
Yes, thank you. I do have a question for staff about this, and I am in the initial report before all the correspondence was added, page 747. This is addressed as a concept, and I'm not sure I quite follow. Blah, 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 blah. It says that, sorry, it's so late. Oh, yes, it says, inclusionary zoning, tool permitted, blah, 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 require provision of affordable housing units where financial analysis shows that this requirement would be viable. So what I want to understand is, does this contemplate that for every single multi-unit residential building, a developer would be required to do the analysis and show whether or not it would work? Or is it just a general statement that that you could argue again? Yes. So if you could explain that to me, please. Is it for every single project, this analysis would determine whether you had to provide the units or not, or unit or not?
Thank you. Want me to hand it over to Mr. Bars online? Sure. Or Ms. Elmore, even better. Welcome back.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm happy to let Mr. Barr speak if that's preferred.
Please go.
In short, through implementing either an IZAD or a density bonus bylaw, the local government has a responsibility to undertake a financial analysis before implementing the bylaw. And then that financial analysis shows that the bylaw is not expected to deter development. So it's a more general financial analysis that would be blanket applied, and then it would move that case by case CA community amenity contribution type negotiation at rezoning. And it's all part of the province's package of proactive planning legislation. I hope that answers the question.
Councillor Watson.
So if that is I think I understand that. That means that at this point in time to move this forward, we would have to be satisfied that that we've already met that test. Is that correct? That this is viable?
Ms. Elmore.
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, that financial analysis has been completed based on a number of test sites, and that is what our land economist has proven through his analysis based on these test sites at this point in time. Thank you.
And sorry, I just want to drill a little bit. This is that sufficient? It's 21 test sites. Many more lots would be zoned multi-unit residential. So is that adequate at least from a legal point of view, as sufficient analysis?
Ms. Elmore.
Thank you, through the chair. As this is new legislation. However, the land economist with Mulholland Park Land Economists has been working in the province for decades. They're one of the most trusted consultants in this field in BC, and have worked on a number of financial analyses for other local governments. So this is the standard that is recommended by them, and they've stood behind their work. However, if directed by council, further options could be considered, I'm certain.
Thank you. And just one final question about the scheme. So it sounds like this is eliminating the possibility of cash in lieu options because it provides direct units. What are the proposals for how those units are actually managed, given that they're going to be small in number, given the scale of these buildings in any event, if they're 4 stories or lower? How do they actually get managed to ensure that we end up with an affordable rent? And I guess looking at numbers that BC Housing just released in the last days for December the 1st, like effective income ranges, these are going to be pretty low rent units. So who's managing them as they're dispersed all across the community?
Ms. Elmore.
Thank you. Through Mr. Mayor, I'm also happy to let staff respond to that. However, in the previous recommendation, we had left the door open for a cash in lieu amount to be offered. And that was in order to, in part, respond to the challenge with managing rental units, particularly where there's only small blocks of rental units. And so setting that cash in lieu amount to allow a cash contribution instead of built units to be managed under a scheme that now puts a priority on only built units. Yes, we might find that the blocks of units or 1 unit are more challenging to manage. And without having a comprehensive strategy in place, like an affordable housing strategy, the district doesn't have a plan for who would have to manage the units. So at this point in time, the units could either be sold to a nonprofit housing operator, they could be retained by a developer in a rental housing project, or in a market strata project, they would need to be managed by the strata corporation. So there's variation, all these details that could be dialed more through a comprehensive strategy. In terms of how the rents are managed, these are established according to the terms of the bylaw, and then again registered on title at time of building permit through a housing agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. That helps again, clarify things for me. I'll be talking to this item after we've had the questions. Thank you.
Sure, and yeah, again, motions wise, or motions are always in order. There is, I think, when this was raised before, the idea was raised, it could be referred to be included as a part of the affordable housing strategy, and so that's, I might tease that we get to that and have a debate on it sooner rather than later. Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
I think you just call me Councillor Appleton. I'm just looking at this and I just want clarification, because what I see it saying is that zoning requirements for townhouse and apartments housing up to 4 stories. And I'm assuming that you're not suggesting that townhouses will be 4 stories. It's just apartments.
Correct.
Housing. It's just the way it reads. It could be that it's saying that it could be both.
The staff were nodding at that statement, that it is the 4 stories of apartments and 3 stories, and until we actually do the zoning for either one, we're not really, ultimately it's there. Okay. Don't see any other questions. Councillor Watson, you raised the concept of doing something with this, so I'll hand it over to you.
Yes, I'd like to move that council directs staff to consider the use of inclusionary zoning requirements as part of the larger housing affordability strategy that was already approved earlier this evening.
I think that's an order. I was gonna just suggest we just refer it to that piece, but I think with that's absolutely piece. So we're not going to deal with the main motion. We're going to deal with a motion to direct that this be added to the affordable housing strategy. Sorry, the matter of inclusionary zoning be added to the affordable housing strategy. Can move and seconded. Do you wish to speak to it?
Just very briefly, I think it's very complex, having worked in affordable housing and managed it, ending up with odd units all over the place and lots of, it just does not, it needs a little bit more analysis and thought before you would glom onto it as your solution to your meeting affordable housing requirements. So I think it really is, it's a complex policy tool in its own right, and it should be part of the larger discussion of all the options that we might have. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. We move to the next item on the agenda, which is that council directs staff to provide a written notification for which zoning is proposed to be changed ahead of the OCP.
Make that motion.
I'm happy to take a motion, and we can have questions or debate about it. Is there a seconder? Actually, before I go to our seconder, I have Mr. Bull. Just wanted to make a
Thank you, Mayor. For you, I'd like to maybe confirm or clarify that so far we haven't gotten any direction for a zoning bylaw change, right? So there won't be any, at this point, we're not preparing a zoning bylaw for you.
So just for my clarification, I was going to ask this question, but so this was intended only for the pre-zoning, not for the proposed OCP changes, which don't include pre-zone. Okay, fair enough. So this is essentially a moot point, essentially, at this piece. Okay. Councillor Appleton?
Just a procedural, your worship, did we call them the question on the main motion for the inclusionary zoning requirements?
Yeah, we didn't actually move the motion. It was moved to, the motion on the floor was to direct the matter of inclusionary zoning to be included within the affordable housing strategy.
Okay, so through that avenue first of all, and then implementation is subsequent to, you're not talking
Yeah,
about two
correct.
separate items, you're talking about referral.
It was just, it was essentially a referral motion, but it was
Thank you.
worded as a,
Thank you for the
as
clarity.
directing the matter. Okay, so we're not going to have any, so the motion was moved, but not seconded. We're not going to we're going to leave that aside by the consent of council. So the next item is to provide a project options analysis for the next priorities project, which is just in a week or two, particularly on the University of Victoria lands, on options for zoning amendment bylaws for interim pieces and explore requirements related to infrastructure and amenity servicing. Moved and seconded. I'm just going to add a very brief note to this. My understanding from brief conversation I had with the lead at UVic today was that they were very appreciative of the staff's work to find a path that gave them a piece forward. So I think this gives us a model to advance this. So I do think it's important that we signal, obviously, sorry, I won't speak to it because I'll go to first time speakers first. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Oh, thank you. I guess through you, Mayor, to staff, I just wanted to clarify whether or not then the piece about potentially pre-zoning the knowledge center lands would be coming to us with the other suggestions for possible pre-zoning next year, or if that piece needs to be dealt with tonight. I just didn't want to have that be lost. Thank you.
Staff, do you wish some direction on that? Are you comfortable just considering it as part of the report? Mr. Bull?
Thank you, Mayor. It would be good to get direction on that from council, including the timing. I think UVic's focus is very much on Cedar Hill Corners, not so much on their own campus at the moment, but thank you.
Okay, I'm going to take that as a separate motion arising though, because we're really just dealing with the Cedar Hill Corners prioritization here. Goes to any other discussion, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. And then I'm going to just go through the last two on the agenda. Then I'll get to motions arising. So the council directs staff to explore the implementation of Bill 16 tools, establishing a servicing officer role for the district. Moved. Is there a seconder? Any discussion on this? Councilor Watson?
Yes, I really, before I send staff off to do more work, I really need to understand a little bit more why this might be important or worth pursuing. I just don't understand enough from the small amount of information in the report.
That's fair. Mr. Bull? Mr. Green, we're going to share the microphone around to keep everybody awake.
Yes, I guess through your worship to Councillor Watson, the province provided a new tool to allow municipalities, given that the province was encouraging pre-zoning, and municipalities were using zoning as a way of negotiating either off-site or on-site improvements. The province amended through Bill 16 the ability for municipalities to adopt new works and services bylaws that essentially can require infrastructure upgrades, sidewalks, green infrastructure, bike lanes to be provided at the building permit stage rather than through the zoning stage, and therefore essentially remove a hurdle as to why municipalities weren't using pre-zoning tools.
And just specifically using this particular servicing officer role, just like you'd have an approval officer, it's a new statutory position, is it?
It is, but it doesn't mean to say it's a new position. It could be using either, the director of engineering or the approving officer designated as that servicing officer. So it doesn't necessarily mean that you need a new position.
My director of engineering stiffened at that idea.
Great.
So yes.
Thank you. That's helpful. I appreciate the further details.
Okay. We're not committing anybody to anything at this point. We're just exploring. Whoever misses the meeting is obviously going to be the services officer. All right, the motion's on the floor, moved and seconded. I'm seeing no hands. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. And that item 7 is that the proposed changes for home-based businesses be deferred to 2026. Moved and seconded. Appreciate this is a bit painful, but I think probably necessary given our timelines. Councillor Smart.
Yeah, thank you. No, and I definitely appreciate this given the timelines. And I just wanted to clarify, my hope is that we might still touch on it in the first quarter. I wonder if that's reasonable with staff. And not as a promise, but I just didn't want it to get, I guess I was hoping to deal with it during this council term.
I don't know if staff have an exact date for it to come back or if we can make the commitment it'll be back in the first half of next year, but Ms. Hunt, do you know at this point?
No, I don't. And I am very conscious that there's a significant amount of work on Mr. Bowl and Mr. Green's plate for next year. We are going to be prioritizing Cedar Hill Corners and working with UVic on that. And I think there's also the village plans that is also as part of council priority projects. So I think later this month when we have a discussion around the council priority projects, it may be some prioritization there, a discussion there with council in terms of what is the priority for them to work on and bring back and sequence the various pieces that we're looking at pre-zoning.
Thank you. And my apologies, I just skipped past my little notes page here. Home-based businesses has been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? Call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? Councillor Smart, we just now, I think, concluded all of the official business. Am I right on my piece? We have 3 minutes left, but we do have a few motions arising. I'm going to just ask we keep them very much focused to OCP type stuff. I had a couple of ones I was going to potentially bring forward. I think I'm going to limit just to a couple of get some clear direction to kind of make sure whatever comes back related to the OCP or bylaws is happening. So with that, can I have a motion to extend the meeting till 12? If I can get through these things quickly. Moved and is there a seconder? All right, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And none of us are in favor. All of us, any opposed, not opposed. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate your patience. I do have 3 motions arising related to the report, and I can't say that they're absolutely directly related to the OCP, so I'll test the patience of everybody here, but I don't want them to get lost. The first one is that council directs staff to draft a zoning bylaw amendment to pre-zone the knowledge center lands at UVic to 6 stories as per the OCP policy.
So how would I suggest this? I think it'll have a lot of support if we, as part of the pre-zoning, that you just ask that we include UVic lands as to be considered as part of the pre-zoning report. That's
I'm
probably
fine with that. I just wasn't sure what staff was hoping for there.
Is that good enough for staff? That works? Okay, getting nods. So as that's moved, is there a seconder for that? Second, any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Not opposed? Everything gets passed at this point. You get a car, you get a car. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Second motion arising was that corner townhouse small multifamily be added to the 2025 OCP as a supported housing form with development of zoning for this housing form for R3, R4, and R5 corner lots to be completed in 2026.
Seconded. So this would recognize that there's a possibility of doing that within the OCP, but not give zoning for it at this time. I'm going to turn to staff just so we're very clear about what this motion is. Mr. Bull.
Thank you, Mayor. Could you please have that repeated?
Sure. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
That corner townhouse small multifamily be added to the 2025 OCP as a supported housing form with development of zoning for this housing form for R3, R4, and R5 corner lots to be completed in 2026.
Does staff understand what that ask is? Okay. It's moved and seconded. I see a seconder hand. Okay, moved and seconded. Councillor Smart, this is, want to just speak to it?
Yeah, thank you. I know this is something that's come up a few times during our discussion, and we've always just run into capacity issues, but I think we've really seen that we need to start directing these types of projects towards the lots that really suit them, which are the corner lots for as opposed to the popping up in the middle of a block. So I really appreciate the fact that this is a little bit more work, but that we're actually going to put this forward as a possibility in the OCP.
Mr. Bull.
Thank you, Mayor. Trying to follow along. I think is this for the residential designation or for the townhouse designation, or perhaps both?
So my understanding of this is that, and this comes out of early conversations when we started our infill before the province interceded. A lot of the feedback was the desire to be able to move, say, down to the end of a block and move into a small multifamily at the end of the block. So we have multifamily that is happening, but there's a potential there that could be a slightly higher density or have a slightly different housing form. And so without getting into weeds, I believe this is just to ensure that the OCP reflects the allowance to do this, and then we can deal with the actual, what that zoning would actually look like and so forth in the later next year. Mr. Bull?
Sorry, Mayor, one more question. Is the intent of council to demonstrate this on the map, or is it simply something to include in the land use designation and details to follow in the future?
My understanding is completely in land use designation and hence the zones, so not related to specific sites. There's probably 1,000 corners in R3, R4, and R5 that could possibly have this, but I think it's really just allowing for that housing form to exist, and then we'll come back to it at a future time. Mr. Green?
Just to clarify, that is already one of the intended uses in the land use designations where we say larger density townhouse projects may be allowed on large sites and corner lots through rezoning.
Sorry, where is that?
On page 2 of the sort of revised draft OCP land use designation table.
So where is that? Sorry, just which is it called?
In the residential designation, under the column intended uses, we have a bullet point that says larger / denser townhouse projects may be allowed on large sites and corner lots through rezoning.
Okay, fair enough. Do we not want to consider, so would we develop zoning for that, or would we just essentially leave it as a, because I think that the intention here was to essentially create a zoning clarification, so if people want to do it, there's a zoning attached to it, as opposed to just doing a spot rezoning on a case-by-case basis. So I think that was part of the consideration, was to continue this work a little bit further in more detail.
Yes,
Mr. Green?
I'm not sure they can create a new zone that doesn't apply to a specific site in your zoning bylaw. So that may be something where the first one that goes forward creates that zone, but then is applied to future sites just for.
Okay, so well, I think Councillor Smart, is okay with leaving it for now on that? It's considered captured within the OCP, so it's doable, and we can consider some more of that policy in future.
Yeah, if staff feel like it's captured enough already, then I am fine with that.
Okay, thank you. I thought that it was needed as well, so there we go. Thank you. Please continue. You have one more?
Thank you. As my last motion arising, and I brought this up before, but I didn't actually make the motion because I wanted to wait till the appropriate time. So it was just with regards, I'll make the motion first, that staff add an alternate option for the proposed 4th floor setback to allow the articulation of a building facade massing through balconies, trellis, and architectural features to reduce the overall feel of the building massing.
You to repeat that, and I'm going to ask
Yep.
staff just to make sure that that's not out of that make sure it's in order.
Yeah, that staff add an alternate option for the proposed 4th floor setback on 4th floor buildings to be able to articulate the building facade massing through balconies, trellis, and architectural features as an alternative to reduce the overall feel of the building massing.
Thank you for that. Just before I get a seconder, I think this straddles a line a little bit between DPA and zoning, which is fine. I just want to make sure that if we give this direction, that staff are comfortable with coming back with a recommendation. So over to you, staff, or with that language, is that I just want to make sure that we're applying it in the right place.
Thank you, Mayor. That will be clear enough for us to work with. Yes.
Okay, so it's moved. Is there a seconder? Seconded, thank you.
I just want, I'll quickly motivate on it, but it's really challenging right now with the new seismic code to do these things that we used to be able to do so nimbly in design. And I think we're seeing some really amazing examples of 4-story buildings that are really reducing the scale of a 4-story building with very different strategies that is actually economically feasible. I fear that if we do not put forward an alternate option that staff could approve, that really just articulates the building in a different way, that it's basically going to take away the entire feasibility of a 4-story building under the new codes. So this, again, would just give staff some wiggle room to approve an alternate design that would actually be economically feasible, but would still address the actual outcome of what a setback at the 4th story option has done in the past.
Okay, thank you for that. Go ahead, Councillor Small.
I just wanted to ask a question of clarification about what has been moved and seconded, and whether the mover actually thinks that the language is generic enough. You just mentioned two things very specifically, and I just wanted to make sure that it's open-ended enough that a good designer coming in can achieve what you're thinking in your head and what we know we'd appreciate on the street. So I just wanted to double check that the mover and the seconder feel that that language is generic enough.
I'm gonna, just because it's a request to staff to include, and it includes examples, I think we're fine with this because it's not directing those specific things. It's giving it to staff to come back with options for articulation to do that. So I think, to my mind, it's correct. Yeah. Any other discussion on that piece? Don't see any, so I'm gonna call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? That carries. Anything? I think that was your three, Councillor Smart. The only other one I had raising that was OCP related here was just, and I'm going to move this, that the corner commercial use be excluded from uplands. And actually maybe a little bit careful about that, but there's consideration in the uplands intended uses that small scale ground floor commercial can be considered on corner lots. So I think this is just one that it's a substantial change of use, and I don't know that I don't have great objections to it, but I think we just need to have a quick conversation because it's the last chance we have to talk about it before it goes forward for inclusion in the OCP. So I'm going to move, so moved and seconded, so that this is just essentially that would not be an available option within the uplands. I think this is just one that we just need to talk about very quickly. And we can talk about it next week or when it comes back, but it's just, I think the more we can give direction at this point, the better. I have Councillor Smart and then Watson.
Yeah, speaking against the motion, I think we're working towards more walkable communities. And if you look at the uplands, there's obviously the very expansive area of the uplands. There's other areas that are considered the uplands. This is an OCP level thing, and it would still go through a rezoning. And I think in general, modern planning practices are really moving towards us being able to walk, roll, and live closer to where we work and where we shop. And I think this is really important that we're allowing for a corner store, an ice cream shop, or these smaller fine-grained things that allow people to not have to get in their car after they've come home from work.
Sorry,
Yes,
Councillor Watson, then Councillor Green. People can hear me online.
I'll jump in. I will not be supporting the motion either. I think that if you ask residents about the things that they really value in this community, it's being able to do these very things. It's being able to walk somewhere and have that social opportunity or whatever. And I think the uplands is vast, and it does not, it would not hurt us at all to leave this as an open possibility. Again, of course, subject to a rezoning and all that community discussion. But I think that it is it's something that we should not prevent from happening through this kind of policy.
Thank you for that. Councillor Braithwaite, then Green, then Appleton.
I will be supporting it. The Uplands is a special place. It has special powers. It is a park-like setting, and it's a National Historic Site. And I don't think that the corner commercial use should be allowed in that area. Thank you.
Councillor Appleton, sorry, Councillor Green, and then Appleton.
Thank you. Excuse me. I will echo the comments of Councillor Braithwaite. I also think if we weren't going to support this, then it should go directly to the Heritage Commission for consideration. But I will support the motion. I think it would be a huge mistake.
Appleton.
Thank you, Your Worship. A little bit ambivalent about this one, but on the whole, I think I would probably not support it. Just supporting excluding it, mostly because I'm not necessarily completely sold on the idea that there is not an interest in having that definitively under no circumstances in uplands. There have been comments raised throughout the OCP process where folks are looking at changes in their neighborhoods and looking at uplands and feeling like uplands is it should also be looked to support different types of land uses. And so I'm not sure that summarily excluding a certain type of land use from uplands really is in line with what we've heard from the public on that one. It would still require rezoning, has been pointed out. It would still be subject to uplands siting and design. But uplands, you know, as lovely as it is, and it's in this fantastic setting, it also is quite distant from a lot of amenities and doesn't really have anything in that regard. So I don't think it's necessarily an absolute done deal that folks there wouldn't want to entertain something like that. So I wouldn't want to have it taken off, summarily excluded.
Thank you. Any other discussion? I did think this is worth having a conversation about because it's a change to the uplands, which is not, maybe I wouldn't say substantial, it just changes. And I think, you know, we never had a chance to talk about it because we've had so many other things on the go. You know, I think hearing what people have said here, I think I'm probably not going to support this motion, although I made it. I just wanted it for discussion. I just think it's an important thing to have as a piece of discussion. So I at the end of the day, given it does require rezoning and it doesn't add things in there, I do think, you know, I don't see the likelihood of it, but I don't, I also think that we don't need to absolutely exclude it at this point. So kind of leaning towards not supporting the motion to exclude it. Anyway, that's where I am right now. Seeing any other discussion? Go ahead, Councilor
I
Braithwaite.
just think it could be added in later on if we choose to.
Okay. Motion on the floor is to remove it as currently included in the draft OCP guidelines, just for the record. So the motion here is to remove it. So all those in favor of removal and those opposed, I have Councilors Patterson, Smart, myself, Appleton, and Watson opposed. That fails. So it will continue forward. I think that's it for motions arising. I just, there's two that do not need, oh, yeah, I should probably, so there's one other one that staff, and that was that staff be directed to amend the R1 through R5 zones to set a limit of 2 occupied buildings per lot. And I, again, put this forward here for consideration. This is just maybe a bit of housekeeping things. This is just, I think, with the intention here of when we had all of our land use planning pieces, we were talking primarily about a primary building and an accessory dwelling unit. And we're starting to see some consideration of multiple buildings on sites. This would not impact any applications currently in queue. But I think the intention that we had to this point was to limit so I just wanted to test the will of council, if that was a desire of council to consider that. I actually just need to have a motion to extend for another 5 minutes, and this, I think, is a
I'll
quick
move
discussion.
to extend to 12:10.
12:10. You seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? Unopposed. Sorry, Councilor Watson, look, you wanted to jump in here, so I'll let you go.
Yeah, I just think that we can't figure this out in 5 minutes, in my view. I think it's a substantial change from what might be realized with good design on a site. And it's premature to think that we could move that forward with no analysis or discussion. So sorry. If we could just not do that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of in the same mind. It's very late. I think we probably need some more thoughtful discussion on it, but I did have it on my list. But anyway, it's live on the floor right now. I'm happy to remove it, actually, frankly, if the seconder is amenable. I think it's a topic of discussion that can come up a little bit later. It's not directly tied to the official community plan. So I'll withdraw my motion. Seconder has agreed to do that. I think there's a couple of things we still need to talk about with some of the zoning, but go ahead, Councilor Green. Oh, it is worthwhile, 100%. I just think, given it's midnight, yeah, I think we'll just do it as another motion another time, but as of this point, as opposed to debating it, defeating it, or doing something else, let's just wrap this up. Is there anything else that we are requiring? I'm going to turn to staff at this point, that staff need direction on tonight to move things forward in the time frame that we require? I think I got everything, but it has been a complicated agenda package. So if I've missed something, please let me know at this point. Ms. Hunt?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I think I'd just like to summarize what staff is going to be working on. So I think we have committed that we will be bringing back an updated map for next week's meeting. I don't believe that we'll be able to model out the capacity for that, but just simply a map so that you can consider that and see that as the next option on the OCP. And then following that, we would be moving forward, bringing forward an OCP bylaw amendment and going to public hearing Any changes to the zoning bylaw would be deferred until 2026, and we will have a conversation with council later this month in terms of the prioritization of the pre-zoning report and the Cedar Hill Corner and other zoning related matters, and we'll have that conversation in terms of prioritizing that. So hopefully I heard all of that correctly.
Yeah, I've got the thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for everybody online who stuck through this. Thanks for the people in the room who have stuck through it. It's been a long, long night. Ms. Hunt, you got away in your first meeting with a short meeting. You're paid for it in spades tonight. I'm going to seek a motion to adjourn. Move seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. Thank you, everyone.